Sure, I'm going.
We can.
Okay.
Do we want to
Now
do a
I'm going.
clap? Do we want to do a clap to sync?
Do we want to do the counting thing again? Is that
Counting thing
helping
works
people?
pretty
We can
well.
do the counting
The
thing.
counting thing has helped. I've only edited the one where we did it, but it did help to get
Okay.
things near in place.
Give me
we're
2
gonna-
seconds. Sorry.
I'm just gonna give people numbers. Aaron will be 1, I'll be 2, Zach will be 3, Tegan will be 4, Rhodey will be 5.
All right. I'm just still trying to find stuff. It's my problem.
Allegedly, we are streaming.
We do look like we're streaming.
Hello.
We're alive.
Nothing exploded
Yes.
immediately. Yay!
Nothing exploded immediately.
This is a win. This is a major win.
I love all of the images.
Oh my god, I'm hearing us on a delay because I'm tuned into the stream for a
Just
moment.
mute the stream.
I know I'm doing that now, but oh boy.
But actually, no. The fact that you can hear everyone is a win. Also a win.
I didn't listen closely enough to see if I was hearing everyone perfectly, but I was hearing multiple people, so it should all be working.
I was gonna say, is Hell around? Could she pop in and just see what's up?
That's a good point. She's a little busy at the moment, but she is around.
That's all right. I can.
Yeah.
All right. If you're wanting to do the count, I'm ready now. Sorry.
Okay, everyone remember their numbers?
3, I think.
You didn't tell me mine.
You were 5.
Okay.
All right, Aaron, start us off.
1,
2,
3,
4.
5. Fantastic.
All right.
I don't know if anyone actually hears us do that on Punch and Roll because we do it before
no,
stream.
we do it before we
Typically,
go live.
we're not as
Yeah.
messy and we do it before, but today
Theo
is a
does
night of
things
chaos, and that's
Right.
just how it's gonna be. Excellent. Okay. Well, I guess we can maybe wait for a few people to filter in. Yeah. Everybody's got their cheat sheet up
announcement
if
in
they
the
need
Discord.
it.
All
Beautiful.
that
Thank
jazz.
you. And all that jam. I love Chicago. It's such a good musical. Oh my god.
I get such a vibe that Iris would totally have rocked in the role in a role in Chicago.
Oh yes. Oh yes. He had it coming, but not Henry because he was a
I was
good
about to
boy.
say, I
But
thought you
not
loved your
Henry.
husband.
Yeah, no, Henry was awesome.
Yeah.
The man before Henry, though, we will never speak of him again.
Mhm. I also fully realized I picked the name Henry just on a whim. I'm looking back. That's fully a name in a book that I've narrated. That is also a loving older man. And I'm like,
Oh,
well,
It left an impression.
It's a
It
pretty
did.
common name, though.
it
is a
fits,
pretty common
right?
name.
Like sweet old man Henry, you know.
See, you can't do that because I think every book I've narrated to date has had names of people I know, which,
Ooh.
considering some of the books I've narrated, make it kind of uncomfortable.
Understandable. That's a
Yeah.
bit
okay.
Mentioning Chicago just now makes me think that we should do various table reads of plays and things.
Ooh,
Yes.
that would be fun.
Just little scenes here and there. It'll be a fun little
It would
Yeah.
be so much
play
fun.
thing.
That would be fun. Oh my gosh.
Hell is
I'm
switching
so
headphones.
vibing. Like, not that I sing a lot, but I'm like, you know what, Punch and Roll, we could totally do a musical episode.
Oh my
I will
god,
not be.
yes.
Meryl does not sing.
And
I'm telling you
this
that
is the
now.
first time though we've
Yeah. I don't know.
Do
Here,
not
hold
know
on.
how to remedy that.
I like the
Yeah, it's
the
gonna be what it's
layout
gonna
on the
be.
stream with the
Thank you.
Yeah, with the
Put my
different
whole heart
frames.
into it, and it almost didn't work.
I can hear
No,
it.
Really?
it sounds fine to me, so it might just be Hell's headphones
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been the headphones. Headphones will make the vast
or
difference for
earphones
everybody.
or whatever.
Earphones.
Oh, she can hear better now, so yeah,
Oh,
it
excellent.
was whatever it was.
Okay. Well, the Sarah Dawn will be joining us later on because she. Oh my god, that rhymed and that was
Did she
horrible.
get back to you?
So she let me know that she's gonna be late. She's got other things that need to be tended to before she can join the mischief, magic, and chaos of this. Um, what does Ethan usually say at the beginning? We're a group of nerdy and dirty audiobook narrators. Headphones on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel is that does that apply to this one too? You think we're gonna be
Well, that depends on you, cunning folk. If you're gonna be nerdy and dirty, or if you're just gonna be chaotic and all of the above.
That and flirty.
Yeah. Yeah, but tonight is a special night. One, we're kind of breaking our traditional pattern of every other Friday. This is a special instance of the cunning folk. If you watched our stream, God, maybe 2 weeks ago, a month ago now, we did an episode 1 of this
Oh,
establishing
was a
establishing
while
what
back.
this is. It was, yeah, I think it was about a month ago. Doing kind of a session 0, explaining the mechanics of the game and why we have this. This is written by Emily Graymore, a friend of mine. She did all the illustrations, all the writing. This is her mind baby, and it is absolutely amazing. She got it fully backed on Kickstarter, and it should be releasing, I'm not sure when, but supporting that and supporting her are probably the best things you can do with your time and money. So, like, maybe go check her out. You can find her on Unbalanced Counters, Rediscovery RPG, and a lot of other TTRPG spaces. She is kind of an icon, I think. To me,
Kind of a
she
big
is.
deal.
She's kind of a big deal, and I'm friends with her, and that's really cool. I would speak the same way about all of you.
Right.
Lies.
Right.
know.
Look at these fucking guys.
Yeah,
We don't know.
I believe it.
Yeah, so today we will be following the tale of the Grey Bard. And let me just get this out. Any resemblance to
demise of the
actual
Grey Bard, you
persons,
mean?
living or dead, or actual events is purely coincidence. Just
Mhm.
getting that out.
And not at all about Ethan.
No. One, because we will be doing horrible things to this man.
to this man?
And I mean,
Uh,
and he will deserve it, but our Ethan does not deserve it. So we've taken his namesake and we're gonna poke fun, but it is very much not Ethan because he's a good boy.
We love our DM. We really
Yeah.
do. We appreciate all the time and effort he puts in for us.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
and all the
Um,
maps we don't use because we can't figure out which way to go.
Because we didn't want to go in a scary fishbowl.
And now, see, I will say that one was a valid, like, of course, that makes sense that we would possibly
Do
not
we
go
want-
that way.
Do we want to
But-
be eaten by the big fish or do we want to get eaten by the bigger fish?
But
that had to have been the same fish, right?
sure.
I think.
I don't know.
I cannot imagine there was going to be any less danger of getting eaten by fish by swimming through tunnels. Like,
See,
just,
and
like,
I'd
I
already
can't
been
imagine that.
eaten, so I wasn't really looking
Yeah.
forward to going through that again. So
Also, the likelihood that 90% of us could have drowned, I think, was a real
Yeah.
concerning factor to us all.
Just a bit.
But anyway,
yeah.
yeah, that was a fun one. Go
Let's
check it
check-
out on Punch and Roll for initiative if
Exactly.
you haven't
Mhm.
already. There you go.
Check it out here. It should be streaming not this Friday, but the one following. Friday the 13th.
Yay.
Lucky number 13.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Excellent. Yes, but today, fuck all that. This is the cunning folk.
that shit.
So and the setting is going to be very similar to that of our D&D realm, very medieval, very fantasy. And we will zoom in on our cunning folk in a hollow in a beautiful tree, and the there's 4 of you. The 4 of you are gathered around. And
Are
you're
you sure?
reminiscing. I don't know. I mean, those numbers aren't real. Neither are any of us.
Numbers aren't real.
But yeah, the 4 of you have gathered around with an old acquaintance that you all know. He's kind of like an old distant cousin who's a bit rough around the edges, but you know, he's family, and you're all gathered here after a celebration of life for another cunning folk that, again, each of you knew kind of tangentially, and the 5 of you, including your new friend, are left over. And you're kind of reminiscing, and it's been a bit bleak. The weather's a bit moody. And as you are remembering the life, we're going to call it cousin Isaac. Your old cousin Isaac has passed away, and this is why you're here. As you're reminiscing about this and having kind of a somber moment and thinking about life and death of a cunning folk, which is a rarity because you are creatures of myth and legend. You're often immortal. The petty plights of life and death are not common for you all. So this is a bit of a shock. As you're sitting in this feeling, everything is kind of jumbled as a grand carriage rolls by and splashes into this tree that you're sitting in and smothers the little magical light orbs that you've had going. um and each of you look out and you see a person that unfortunately you're all familiar with.
Mhm.
He's essentially standing out of there's like a in this carriage there's going to be like what is it? A sun top? Where like it pulls back and you can sit at what are those called?
A
Like
sunroof
a
or a
A
moonroof? I never
I was
sun
remember
gonna
which is
say, yeah.
which.
a
Yeah.
su-
It depends.
a terrestrial roof
Yeah.
that he is basking out of as he is hooting and hollering and playing music, and you all lay eyes on the gray bard. Um, and then we'll flip it to you as you're sitting around this table. Let's start with you, Zach. What is your character? What do they look like? And what is their initial thought and reaction when they see the Great Bard just traipsing through their moment?
S
Yeah.
so my character looks like a little sapling of a tree. Um, something oaky, with like big broad leaves, but none of them have grown out all that much here. Just kind of like shambles along on like little roots with a couple of short twiggy kind of limbs here and there and some sort of sparse leaf foliage cover at this small size. And spotting the gray bard poking his head out of his little limo of a carriage, the like before the visual sight of him sparks a memory, there's like his nostrils kind of fill with the scent of apples, and
Hmm.
it's what triggers this sort of familiarity, this recognition, and his little like the knots kind of in the little trunk of him that kind of look like eyes just sort of narrow as he recalls this person and what this person did to him.
Beautiful. And we'll move on over. Aaron, what does your character look like and what is their reaction to this?
So, um, my little fellow is a fairly skinny looking mushroom with a nice wide cap, but oddly, the way the cap sits on the head almost looks like the cap is backwards. With the way it extends just a bit more behind than
It's
up
cool.
front. Yeah. He's, as I said, skinny fella. He's mostly blue, but you can see a white stripe that goes down his arms, down his sides, and down his legs to break up that color a little bit. As soon as he sees the gray bard coming up the way, he his eyes narrow at him to get that recognition. The cap kind of vibrates just a little bit, and he immediately hocks a massive loogie and spits on the ground.
Amazing. Beautiful. Tegan, what does yours look like and how do they react to this?
So my character is very small, and she kind of has a bit of a look to her that she's got this small, almost female child, like teenage form, so quite lanky, but she's got this kind of shadow, dark, shadowy form that kind of hangs around this very thin frame that she seems to have. Any part of her that's not covered by this like shadowy shroud, she's got long, dank, dark hair. She's got a very pale face, very small but really large eyes that seem to glow with this kind of dying campfire coal look to it. And there's just something slightly off, despite the fact that she has this kind of um, very innocent looking face. Something about her mouth is a bit off. The mouth is slightly a little bit too wide. And as she's kind of pacing up and down, just kind of next to the rest of her friends, she's just muttering to herself, and you can see these rows of very sharp, pointy teeth, and her fingers are longer than they should be, like they have an extra joint on the end, and the tips are sharpened into points that are blackened, and she's just muttering to herself about as she's looking at this individual that's passing and almost swearing to herself in this childlike gibbering of demonic nightmare children.
Yikes.
Plus demise.
And yeah, Tegan, your character notices he's got a really nice hat on.
I hiss very malevolently about that. That's my fucking hat. Bastard's wearing my hat.
Uh-oh.
Beautiful. And Rhodey, last but not least for now, your character, what do they look like and how do they react to this?
The best way to explain it is it's like No Face, but with the plague mask. So it's all black drape with the like phantom kind of ending, with his little like ghostly feet at the bottom though. And his mask, instead of being like the cute mask from No Face, it's like a plague doctor mask with like the long nose and like the little eyes. Except with this one, uh he can open it up. It is a mouth, so it opens up, and when he opens it, you see nice pointy, sharp needle like teeth that and there's thousands of them in there.
Ooh.
And yeah, and so any time he opens his mouth, it just looks like a terrifying smile. So yeah.
We've just created nightmare fuel
A
across the
charming bunch that we have
Good.
here.
I'm just a tree. I'm just a little tree.
Yeah.
He's never angry. That's just terrifying.
As this do you have any feeling about the Grey Bard as he goes?
Yes, but I'll keep to myself right now because all they would see is him just lock eyes towards him and just give a little grin.
A terrifying little grin.
Yeah.
I love it. So as each of you kind of have your moment, we'll just call him Cuz in the tree, who's with you, who brought you all here. He goes, I fucking hate that guy. To all of you.
I do too.
What the fuck did he do to you? I mean, for me, it's a doozy, but like, what did he do to you?
He threw an apple in my forest. An
Oh
apple
my
core,
god.
right?
That's fucking treacherous.
Can you believe it?
The audacity of some people, oh my god.
That's nothing. He sneezed and just covered me in all of his gob, you know. Ugh, I can't stand the disgusting feeling I got from him. Ugh.
Oh, like
Humans.
the human goop. Ugh.
All their secretions. Ugh.
Where's it come from?
You think that's bad? He took my hat. I was in his room one night just doing what I do, you know, making nightmares, and he took my hat.
He spotted you? Or did you drop the hat?
Look, I don't question you about your eating habits. It's not my fault I have to sit on their chest while they're sleeping to eat the dreams.
Oh my god.
Either way, he absconded with your hat.
Sorry, but your cap comes off because mine doesn't.
I feel like decapitation would be slightly more problematic.
Cuz
Yeah.
looks over at your character and he's like, and what did he do to you? Do you have a hat?"
He said my name wrong. I can't believe it. It
I
was even written down, and he said it wrong.
I can't believe he got Tanza Bilbadub wrong. Who the fuck? Who can't say that?
It was spelt out, and he still said Tanza Bilbo Dub. And I'm just saying it.
The
Makes me want to kill him.
disrespect.
Tanza Bilbo Dub. How hard is that?
Will we be able to say this by the end? We're gonna get
Are
to the
any
end of
of
this
us
and
gonna
be
get it
like,
right?
what the hell was Rhodey's character's name again?
Right. I won't ask you guys to say it, but if you ever want to, give it a shot.
Tanza Bilbadub? I
That's
don't
right, you
even
did
have
it.
a mouth and I can say that. What is his excuse?
He doesn't have enough teeth.
I think he should have some less. I think we should knock him out.
Yes.
As you guys are speaking, you hear a bit of a commotion further up the road as you hear like the sound of wood kind of wobbling and then a bit of a splintering snapping sound. Um or not a full snapping sound, but a thunk and then a boom. And you hear the beautiful melodic voice of the gray bard as he goes, "God fucking damn it!" Um and another smaller voice kind of go like, okay, no, I'm gonna go fix it. Just it's all right, sir. Just stay stay in the we'll fix it." And you hear that there's a bit of a commotion outside.
I think fortune smiles on us today. It appears he's going to be here for some time.
So if you Cuz will kind of he'll kind of pop like waddle his way out of the tree that you've all been kind of sitting in for the past little while. He himself is also a mustachioed, very long and grown out white mustache mushroom man. And he's a bit withered and a bit aged. I'm refraining from saying wrinkly. Um,
He's
he
not
kind
Wonder
of,
bragging, is
why.
he?
no! And he pops out and he kind of flip flop, flip flop. And he goes to check out the
The
seed.
plopping! We can't escape
We
the
can't escape
plopping!
the plopping.
The wrinkly mushroom
Listen,
man plopping.
you're plopping around.
I like the visuals.
And he kind of beckons you guys out with him. And as you pop out, you see that one of the wheels of the wagon has shifted and fallen off of the axle that it was attached to. The horses are there. The stretch carriage is still in generally good shape. It was one of the middle two wheels of the stretch carriage that
It's got a
pops off.
stretched limo of the Renaissance.
Oh hell yeah! You see
But it's
a
slightly wider than the rest because it's got to be like the Dodge Ram version.
It's lifted for some reason. Like you're in the countryside, man. You
Lifted.
guys know he's a city boy. He doesn't need a giant lifted carriage. It's stupid.
It's got
Oh.
two slave boys out the back to just lift it up and down when they get to a light.
It's the newest technology. It's really quite something. Um, and you see, you're good. The bard is still kind of basking out in the sun. His upper half is outside of the carriage, and he's yelling down at another person. They are similarly dressed as a bard, but they're not as extravagant and golden gilded as the gray bard is. And they're trying to prop the wheel back up, and one of the stable hands, or not the stable hands, but one of the people managing the horses are coming, and they're all trying to lift to pop this wheel back onto place. And the bard is not getting out to reduce the weight of this thing, nor is he offering to help in any way. He's just sitting, and he takes out his lute and he starts to pluck a bit, and he starts to sing a song about how fucking slow they're going.
Wow.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We
Mm.
are invisible until we try to interact with the world or people, right? Cause mischief
Yes.
or do magic or
You
something.
are practically ghosts until you interact with an object, an animal, or a person, or cast magic in
Um,
some kind of way.
uh, I'm gonna
Oh,
say
oh,
I'm going to see if I can do something to delay their repairs, and perhaps we can find out more about what he's up to these days.
Excellent. What would you like to do?
Um, so I'm gonna kind of go over towards where they're trying to put the wheel back on, like on the axle,
Mm.
and I'm gonna see if I can like warp the the wheel so that it's like just misshapen enough that it won't really easily fit back on the
Just
axle, like
mildly inconvenient.
just out of like just from like circular to to
Just a
ovular a
little
little
bit.
bit, just so that it won't go on there. Maybe they'll have to like shave down the axle a little bit to get it to fit on.
Yeah, I like that. I'll say that that is a pretty easy task to achieve. Are you using magic or are you physically interacting with it?
No, yeah, I don't really have necessarily have magic, so I'm just gonna go over to it and just via my, because I'm a wood creature, so
Mhm.
just via my kind of connection with the elements, especially with wood, I'm gonna see if I can kind of go up to it and touch it and just use my sort of innate um sort of mastery over this sort of elemental magics to just to cause it to warp, not brute
Yeah.
force smack it, but just see if my magics can warp it
Yeah,
a
just
little
kind of
bit.
fuck with it a bit. I like it. So yeah, we'll say that this is an easy success. So we are all currently level 1. You're all currently level 1, 1 foot tall, and you have 1d6 in your dice pool.
Nice.
A success is a 4 to a 6. A failure is anything below that, and we can get into the grades of failure, success, and over success because that is a thing. So
Mhm.
yeah, give us a d6 roll.
All right, I've got a little purple d6. I got a 3.
Okay.
Oh.
So unfortunately that is a failure, but do mark down a luck point for yourself.
Sure.
Um so as you try to like squanch this wheel,
Squatch it.
Launch.
squanch it. I'm picturing it like
Rick
it's
and
a
Morty,
metal.
huh?
Is that a Rick and Morty thing?
Squanching. Yeah,
Oh,
this character says he's squanching for anything, and it's
oh
uses a
dear.
bunch of different meanings. Definitely that meaning is used, but there are many others as well.
It's a good word. You know,
Yeah,
that's
It's
it is a
fair.
okay.
good one.
Hell screamed unacceptable before in the chat, and all I can think is the bloody lemon.
Oh
That's
yes.
good.
Beautiful. Unacceptable.
That's so funny.
So yeah, as you try to kind of to bend this and alter it, I think you accidentally almost like pop it out. Like
Mm.
there was something that was kind of innately wrong with it, and you did manipulate the metal properly. But maybe there's part of you that craves a bit of perfection, and it just pops back into almost a perfect sphere or a perfect circle. Um, and yes, so and then nothing else happens yet. You get your luck, and this happens. Um, and they are able to work together, working very hard. They're kind of able to lift up and pop the wheel back onto this carriage. And the bard is like, finally, oh my god, how many idiots does it take to put a wheel onto a carriage? Ah, we're going to be late. The theater opening is not going to be postponed, even for me, even though it is in my name. Let's go. And he beckons everyone, and the bard, the less gilded bard, kind of scurries back up, and the what do you call it? The horsemen? They pop back up, and there's a whoosh,
The
and
driver.
the car,
I think they're
the
just
driver.
drivers, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, the horsemen, but the driving kind.
The horse's
Um,
name is
Not the
Gerald.
centaurs.
yes, the one with 2 legs and no horse at all. Yeah, them. And
Uh,
the carriage starts to lurch forward again. You are all quite small, and you do think that you could pretty easily hitch a ride if that's something you're wanting to do, or
Yeah.
you can. Yeah. All right. Is that what
Jump
is this?
into the jump into the chest on the back that's always on the back in these
Yep.
things.
Yep, there's a chest. And it's
Full
it's
of his
like
fine clothes.
you can
Uh,
see like traipsing fabrics coming out of it.
you said we're level 1, but can we
Yes.
use a harder level spell and just have difficulty with that?
Yes, yeah, with more
Okay.
difficulty you can do those things.
Okay. Can I use a level 2 spell and try to cause the carriage driver to drop the reins?
Okay, so what
Because
is
my
yeah.
level 2 spell is disarming smile, and so all I have to do is smile at someone I can see, and they drop whatever they are holding.
Amazing. Okay. So since if you were level 2 it would be 1 success. Since you don't have that, we're going to bump it up to 2 successes.
Okay, so I gotta roll 2
Which
dice.
unfortunately you
But
only
you
have
only have one.
1 in your
Oh,
dice
okay, so
pool.
I can't use 2.
So you
Okay.
can't use it. You have no way of succeeding yet.
Okay.
But if you do other little things, it's very easy to quote, level up in this game because
Mhm.
whenever you succeed, you level up.
Okay.
So if you do a little bit of mischief before that, you could make this happen.
Can I potentially assist him? That
Oh.
Go ahead.
because my level 1,
Mhm.
if I'm spotted, I can terrify whoever sees me.
Okay. So if
So
you
if I like peek out from the shadows and do that whole wait, did I just see something or not kind of situation? And because he's standing next to me and he kind of gives like the little winky smile kind of thing, be like, what the fuck kind of thing. So can I assist?
I think this would technically so if you would like to do a roll of any kind, if you fail, actually it's only when you over succeed that you're usually spotted. Um but if you'd like to do if you guys would like to work together to cause some kind of mischief to get him to drop it, it doesn't need to be the spell. Like you
Oh,
can
cool.
go smack the horse's ass and have it buck up and he'll be like, "Ah!" Or you can like whisper
Can
something
I
into his
well,
ear and
how about
yeah.
I try how about I go about this a different way then? Because my first spell level is wish. And so all I can do is I can find out what the deepest desire of anyone you can see. Does that
Yeah.
work on animals though?
Fuck it, why not?
Okay, because I asked that because one of his
Yeah,
things
Horses are people too.
they
is
are.
to later, deal with rumors and try to make them to come or they become true if
Mhm.
so I want to see what the horse's deepest desire is. If I succeed, it'll give me my level 2, and then later I can achieve a level 3 and make the control the horse because I'll make the horse assume something, but it's fine.
Yeah,
I,
no, this is
okay,
great.
I'm just trying to figure out what's possible.
So
So
you
let's
would
figure
like
this
to
out.
intuit the deepest desire
Desire
of the horse.
of the horse that is leading this carriage. Yes.
Fucking love it. I love
So
it.
let me roll, I guess.
No, this
Let's
is
see.
free. It just
Oh, it's
happens.
free. Oh, sweet. I like
You
it.
don't actually have to do anything. So we'll say that the rest of you kind of scuttle on. If you want to get onto the carriage in any cool fashion, let me know. We'll say that you guys have kind of scuttled on and you've gone forward and kind of hopped the back of each of these horses. We'll say that I want to say there's like 5, which is utterly ridiculous, like 2, 2, and 1.
Okay.
Because he's just
It's
that
like Santa's
dramatic.
sleigh.
Yeah. You kind of whisper your way through like sheets on the wind as you get up to this lead horse and you peer into its psyche. And at first you just hear run, 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 yeah, run, run. Um
It's a simple being.
it's simple. And then as you dive into its mind, what does this horse desire? This is so stupid.
In his
I think
previous life, he was a greyhound.
I think you see kind of a few things. You see a really beautiful other horse, and we'll say maybe she's a bit Disney-fied.
Oh,
Are we
man.
talking like the female Pegasus from
That's
Hercules?
exactly what
that-
I thought.
If that's
Exactly.
maybe that's this horse's perception of it.
There
So
you
he's
go.
like, yeah. So it's run. It's really nice, like a nice fresh bundle of like hay, red juicy apples. You can see it's very food motivated,
I
and
like it.
very,
Is this horse
lady
mine?
horse motivated. Call him a bit basic, but a horse wants what a horse wants.
I'm
And I feel
shocked
like
this horse didn't want to earn an advanced degree in mathematics. Shocked, I tell you.
no, that was the one behind him.
Oh, gotcha.
While that's going on, Mickey, as his name is, would like to see if he can unbuckle the restraints on that lead horse.
All right. Okay. I like that. Okay. So I think that would be interacting with a small object. Um, yeah, you know what? You're level 1. It's going to be a one success to just kind of sneak up and either damage or just whoop, undo something that is a bit critical to all of this.
That's a 5.
That is a
Hey.
success.
Woo.
So beautiful. As you do that, we'll say you unbuckle like the right rear strap, connecting it to the other horses. And oh fuck, what's your fucking name?
I already forgot.
Oh, I have it written down. I just have to go reference it.
At least it's not
Tanza
mine.
Tanzabilbadub.
Oh, me. It is me.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
Tanzabilbadub.
I
You
thought you
you
were talking to
hear
him.
you hear the horse's thoughts as Mickey successfully unlatches it. It goes run, 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 and it veers as the pressure on its right side is removed. And everything kind of all the horses follow it, and eventually I think the other connection breaks, and the horse, we're gonna call him Jerry, books it. Just books it. And Mickey, as you succeed, you level up. So you are
Hey.
now not a level 1 folk, not 1 foot tall. You're now a level 2 folk who's 3 feet tall. So you kind
Ooh.
of and grow. And is there any aesthetic differences as you gain this kind of power?
Phenomenal cosmic power.
As I triple in size, um, I think he. You'll see parts of the mushroom begin to bulge out a little bit, slightly discolored into small rings that begin to look like he's wearing like chains and jewels and things around his
Nice.
wrist,
Oh my
slowly but
goodness.
surely
Gonna get
becoming more chav.
He's got a striped tracksuit
A
and oh my goodness. Yeah, you guys see Mickey get even better.
Zach! I'm sorry, I just saw the chat. What the hell, Zach?
What
He
degeneracy
he
is
described a
happening?
mushroom bulge. I
Oh
just wanted to
no.
call it out, but I didn't want to interrupt.
That was polite. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. So I think that's our first level up. Excellent. So yeah, Jerry the horse takes off running. The others are shocked for a moment and they kind of veer off and on the track, and the driver is trying desperately to kind of get them back on it. And you hear the gray bard. He was sitting up, and as that happened, he just kind of on the top of the roof as he kind of folds at the waist. He goes, God damn it. Ah, and he retreats back into the sunroof and he slams it shut. Um, and you hear from a far distance, because it is a stretch carriage, him yelling at the driver to just do better.
Do
And
better.
do better. And the horses kind of right themselves, and they're going at definitely a slower pace with their lead, previously greyhound horse, now gone, off to the races. Whatever he's doing, he's gonna find that horse. Um, but they're able to kind of right themselves and keep going. If any of you are any of you near the cabin that or the cab that the Grey Bard is in?
Yes. I was going to ask, while he had the sunroof open, could I sneak into the cabin
Oh,
and
absolutely.
like hide amongst whatever furs he has across the floor?
For sure. Yeah, you kind of sneak in and you find a nice little bundle to kind of sink into.
With
So
my little eyes poking
your
out the back.
creepy fucking eyes just peeking out of it. And the interior is just as gilded and golden as he is. The other person that you saw, the one that was trying to help put the wheel back on, you can tell she is also a bard, like I mentioned.
Less gilded.
Less gilded. And he is speaking to her kind of in a very like dismissive tone, and he's like, yes, okay, so the opening will be starting. Well, the red carpet is always first. So we're going to do that at 5. And then the dinner begins at 7. And then my grand show in the theater named after me, built for me, and my accomplishments will begin at 9. I'm going to need you to go and make sure that my costume is tailored properly. The tailor here knows everything about it. Just tell him I want the special and he will know exactly what I mean. And then I'm going to need you to check in with caterer to make sure that the dinner will be going well and make sure there is not a trace of gluten in my meal. Because if there is, you know what will happen and you will lose everything and you will never get a chance to perform with me. So make sure it's good and properly gluten free. And she's writing all this down, and when he mentions picking up the costume and checking with the caterer, she kind of stops for a moment. She's like, um sir, I kind of mentioned it a while ago, but I'm from this town and my partner's here and I haven't seen her in however long we've been on tour, and I was really hoping I could kind of spend the day and catch up with her. It's been months since we've been back. And he kind of cuts her off. He's like, no, no, I don't think you ever told me that before. So, nope, you're going to be doing all this for me because I need it for tonight for the Grand Theater that's opening in my name. And she just kind of grimaces and she writes it all down. And you see behind her, she's got a case of an instrument that God, is less gilded. Take a shot every time I say that. Um,
Don't,
um,
you'll end up drunk.
yeah, and you can tell that she is an aspiring musician as well. Um,
Does she have a brick like tucked somewhere in her music case somewhere?
she doesn't have a brick.
That's the problem.
She
Didn't bring a brick.
In Pride Month, she does not have a brick?
In this, the month of Pride, no brick. Terrible.
While he's talking,
Mhm.
can I like unlace his boots and kind of knot them together?
Absolutely. This is a lovely bit of mischief. Let's get a roll for it as you tinker with his boots.
That is a 6.
That
Ooh.
is a success. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so yeah, you are able to, however you'd like to. If you want to tie them at the top, at the bottom, if you want to like fully steal the laces, it happens exactly as
No,
that.
I want to lace them to like the boots together.
Beautiful. Yeah, as
Unlace
he's
and relace together.
beautiful. As you do that, you level up as well, and you kind of feel yourself like, however it looks when you triple in size. What's it like?
My cloak gets longer, my hair gets longer. I start to like get this kind of hunch because all I can think is under the blankets it goes from flat to like just to, like
Just-
but no, yeah, my hair gets longer, the shroud kind of gets longer and bigger. I start to get this kind of like my spine as it grows, it hunches over a little bit. So I almost and my arms grow a little bit longer, but my legs don't. So there's almost like this drag to my fingers a little bit.
Ooh.
So you just like the velociraptor noise, my nails on the floor just go the yeah, kind of.
Ah, nice, nice, nice. Beautiful. So yes, your trap is laid oh so brilliantly, as you kind of tuck back in with your new power and form. A little less comfortable in your hiding spot, but more powerful and confident for it.
I just snuggle into the blankets a little bit more.
Excellent. So if anyone else would like to do something, the cart did manage to right itself. It definitely took some damage. There's mud splattered on the side, which you know will just piss him off because he is the shiny, beautiful, clean bar boy. But it keeps moving along, and if you guys want to do anything, just stop me. But I'll keep going. You eventually the quiet of the forest with the chirping birds. Oh my god, birds and the sounds of
chirps again?
nature
Birds,
evaporate.
bugs?
I can do words sometimes, but not now. the sound of nature evaporates and you're replaced with the din of city, and the dirt road turns into cobblestones under the wheels, and you start hearing humans all around you as you guys, if you look out, you see that you're entering one of the greater cities in this region, um, going through the more lower class outer rings, and as you go further in, the wealth growing as you get into the center of this place. Um, and eventually it stops in front of a grand. You're more familiar with inns. This would be what we call a hotel. um, and it is quite palatial. You, the cart pulls in the four remaining horses, the stretch carriage. As it pulls to a stop, the driver reins them in, and the gray bard kind of makes a grand exit. The door
Can
flings open. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
can before we do this,
for
can
sure.
I hold the door shut
Oh
to
my
make
god,
it where
yeah.
he can't open it to make
Yes.
it hard?
He's gonna
Only
slam out and then just go
only
poof.
hold on, only the
Mhm.
door that faces where he's wanting to go. If there's a door on
Yes.
the other side, I don't care.
Just
But if
leave that
there's a
open.
door that's open to like all the entrance stuff, I want
Mhm.
just to hold that door shut.
Absolutely. So you see him kind of start to prep. He brings his one shoulder cape proper, and he checks it, and there's a bit of fur, and he fluffs it up, and he gets it framed just right, and then you go like that. And he kind of and then he goes to push. And give us this should be yeah, an easy mischief roll. So
Okay.
1d6.
I got a 6. All right.
Excellent. Great
Yeah.
success. So you level up as you do this. Maybe
Nice.
so, and he flourishes, he goes to push opening. And you feel yourself kind of grow in power and triple in size. Do you change appearance anyway? Like what's the
I would say the teeth get bigger. So they almost like merge together to be like fangs less than needles. And the draping becomes longer. And now he has little uh, claw fingers at the bottom of the front of his uh, like draping look. So yeah.
nice? Beautiful. So yeah, you're holding it shut, and he's kind of, and eventually he starts to like shove on it, and then he takes a shoulder and he checks it, and I think that's maybe when you let go, and he
Okay.
Uh,
sprawls out and
while he
fucking face plants. Yeah, Zach?
Nice.
Oh, well, I was gonna actually say while
Yeah.
he was because this thing you said the carriage is lifted, right? So I
Yes.
imagine that outside of the door into it, there's the little like foot,
Little steps.
step thing, that little that little step thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that while he's holding it shut, I wanted to go and loosen whatever is fastening that to the carriage, and then tell him like once if I succeed at that, once I'm
Mhm.
done with that, tell him like, all right, let him out now. So
Beautiful.
that when he steps on that is when it'll like give way and
The
he'll
problem
fall
is
on
he
his
won't even
face.
get to
That's
step on that because
exactly
his
what
boots are
happens.
tied together.
That's
Oh
exactly what
Fair. Oh,
happens.
yeah, he's
So
still got that going on.
So it's all better.
so Zach, give us a roll to tamper with the attachment of the little steps up to the carriage.
Yes, this is gonna be
I
beautiful.
rolled a 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
What
Zach.
if you'd
I
like?
have my luck. I
You
think I'm gonna
could.
hold on to it. I'm gonna
Okay,
because that gives me another luck,
you
right?
get another luck. Yeah,
Alright, I'm keeping track on another little D6. I'm gonna hold on to that.
yeah, by all means. So unfortunately, yeah, you gotta tinker with it. You see, all your friends are big, and you're like,
Mhm.
come on.
Oh.
Um, but you've
He's
got your
baby
own,
Groot.
you baby Groot. Um, but yeah, so you start to tamper with it, and you kind of think you got it, but almost once again, you find your hands fixing things because you're just so. I figure you're just a bit of
Yeah,
a perfectionist. You're like, ah, yes.
sure.
Unfortunately, it doesn't go. But as the door opens, as you release, the gray bard face plants out, tries to catch himself as he's going. The boots connect and pull at each other and trip him up more, and he flips and he lands first on his face. We're just gonna say right on his face. His face, and he skids forward.
Oh.
Um, and he lands butt up, facing the equivalent
Like
of yeah.
like the proverbial rat, can I jump out of the wagon after him and disappear into the shadows?
Yeah.
But on my way past, can I like leap on the back of his head and rip out a chunk of hair as I go?
Whoa.
Yeah, you can do that.
He took my hat, man.
That's true.
What do I need for that?
Oh my god.
What would you-
Okay, so to interact, I think to pull out a bit of hair, I mean, this is pretty easy, I guess. So yeah, you're just gonna roll one. You've got 2d6. We need one
That's the
success.
2.
But you got 2d6 because you're level
Oh,
2.
that's a 6. A 2 and a 6.
All right, so you needed one success. You rolled one success. You get a straight success. I'm gonna say that a lot, and you level up again. Wait, hold
How
on.
dare you call it a
Yeah, you level
straight
up again.
success in Pride
In
Month?
this the month of gay. My bad.
Yes, and I leap off and dive back into the shadows and try and hide behind like one of the shrubberies that are in the doorway. But I also then, as I'm hiding, my little friends would see me go shh
Yeah,
behind it
you
as I
go.
assume I get bigger.
You go from 3 feet perfectly hidden to 5.
And I'm just like this hunched, like little big black shadow behind it now that's just creating this dark spot.
And
My
you've
little
got
claws around the shrubbery with a tuft of hair.
you got a tuft of hair in your head. Of Oh my god, you've got a tuft of hair in your hand, and it's just the most pathetic sight of him on the ground, and he kind of pulls his face up. His head hits the ground again when you land on him, and everyone just thinks he has a bald spot that he was hiding, but that is a fresh bald spot that you
Oh
just
my.
made.
How
Um,
dare.
I
and
lock eyes with I lock eyes with Zach's character and turns a dilberdub. And I lift it like a little victory banner in the air, like ah!
stunning. The bard in the carriage, she claps her hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh out loud at this because she's like, I will get in so much shit, but fuck yeah, that's awesome. Um, and the equivalent, he landed in front of the equivalent of the valet. The man stoops down and helps pick him up. He's like, "Oh, good, all right. Hi, welcome. Ta-da!" And he kind of gestures back at the hotel, and he's like, I trust your trip was decent." And the other bard comes out, and she's like, "Hi, yes, thank you. Yeah, we've got here."
Wait, are they helping him up?
The valet is, yeah, he's
Okay,
kind of
can
like
I use disarming smile then?
yes. Oh my god, perfect. Very good use. That you don't even have to wait. Is that the one you don't
I
have to
have
roll for?
one success. Is what I need.
Um, yes,
It,
yes. Okay.
I think it'd be funny if I can make this valet drop him as he's trying to pick him up.
Yeah. Oh my god, do it. So you're
All right.
level 2, so you've got 2d6 to spend here.
Okay. So let's see. Uh, I got a 2 on the first one,
Okay.
and then 2 on the second one. Dang it!
Ah.
All right.
So you try to go to smile at this guy, and maybe like he doesn't necessarily look past because he's holding like a celebrity in his hands. He's like,
Yeah, yeah,
oh my god, and I think maybe he
yeah.
catches like a glint of your teeth shining in the light, but it unfortunately just kind of hits the gray bars in like a really flattering way, and the guy's like, oh my god, he's so handsome. As you lifts him to his feet, he kind of has a moment of like, all right, you're welcome to come get checked in. We've got your room all set up for you, and I can't believe you're actually here. And he's like, I'll be in my room. And he kind of just stalks past this man, kind of brushing him aside.
Did he
And
take off his boots?
oh no, he didn't. So he trips again. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
Eat shit! My hat!
And he kind of notices, and and I think he just kicks them off, and walks in covered in mud,
Barefoot.
ripped up barefoot into this luxury, very fine hotel. And the other bard, she kind of goes to the concierge of this place. She kind of puts down reservation that they have. She sorts out the details for it, and they're like, "Oh yes, wonderful. Um, we have oh fuck, what's his name? Hold on, names. This is fine."
Hmm.
The concierge does inform her. Um, Oh, Wilfred Pine would like to meet with the Grey Bard uh, just before the red carpet to have a discussion and make a connection. And she's like, "Oh, yeah. We'll be there 5 p.m. Right?" It's like, "Yes, madam." Okay, perfect. And we'll say that it's about noon ish at the time right now. Um, Everything is settled up there. You see bags being brought up to his room. What are you guys doing? What are you where you go? What are you trying to do?
So obviously he's not taking his bags. A porter is taking the bag.
Hmm.
I want to try and get those bags sent to a different room.
Amazing.
So I'm
Hmm.
going to look for the porter's like a little badge or something that it's supposed to go to and
Mhm.
send it to a different room. Swap
Amazing.
the tags or something.
I love that. I would say that's a pretty easy intervention. You see one sitting on someone else's bags and you nab that and you bring it over. You're level 2, correct?
Yep.
All right, so roll 2d6. You need one success.
Oh no.
Oh.
That's a 2 and a 3.
Ah, I really want someone to get an over success because we haven't done that yet. But yeah, you start to like you pluck one bag tag and you put it on the other, and you're watching and you're rubbing your hands as they start to take it to the room, but you realize you swapped it with the other bard's tags and they're going to the same place. So you're like, fuck. Shit. All right. Um, but failure, yeah, no, failure doesn't happen, but mark a luck point for yourself.
Okay.
Yes.
And FYI, folks, as a crone, my level 1 free ability is to give my luck points to other folk. So
What?
if you need a, now that I have failed at something, if you need a luck point, I have one to spare.
Nice.
Nice.
Fascinating.
Very, very nice. Beautiful.
Real
Yeah.
quick, both I was about to say call Aaron Redfall. I'm like, wrong game.
Ha!
Uh, so Aaron and I both failed as a level 2. Do we go down to level 1 now? Or are
So
we
that
still
help
level
it
2?
that happens when you over succeed, which we haven't done yet. So
Oh, okay,
you
just
guys
making
are
sure.
just on the up and up.
Nice.
Yeah,
Crazy.
some of us.
So we want
So
basically we want to achieve but not be overachievers.
Mhm.
Right.
So like the logic that the game gives is like once you're like an 8-foot creature, doing
Yeah.
things like tying shoelaces together, that gets a bit tricky. So when you
Right.
try to attempt that, you essentially interact too much and you're seen, and being seen levels you down.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool,
Excellent,
cool.
excellent. So yeah, anyone else would like to do anything? Otherwise, I'll keep rolling.
I was just gonna kind of regroup with them and sort of now looking up at them, just like, oh my.
Uh,
Um, what?
no, go. I want to hear it.
Oh, I was just gonna say, well, did you all hear about a meal they're planning? I think we should look for the kitchens soon.
I like it.
I know that he can't have gluten. Who can't eat bread? No wonder he's fucking miserable.
Oh, that's what that is. I was wondering what gluten meant.
Also, uh, uh, his servant, slave, has notes, lots and lots of notes, which, if she were to lose those notes, she also
Very
wants to
Um,
spend
good.
time with a loved one, and apparently he has no love in his heart either. So I would recommend,
Well, that goes without saying.
yes.
can I use wish on the assistant or whatever it is, the slave that Tegan
Yeah.
called it?
Please stop.
Yes.
Please.
I know. I don't know what it's called now that
Well,
Tegan said it so many times.
she's technically his assistant, I
Assistant,
think,
Yeah.
okay.
but
Oh
no concept. Clearly, she's beholden to his wishes. We have to free her.
And I would like to
Liberation.
intuit the
Amazing.
deepest desire of this assistant.
Absolutely. Okay. So yeah, as you guys kind of congregate for a little bit, you see her come up and down from the room, and she's got essentially like a garment bag in her arm as she starts to walk down. And you peer into her mind, and you see her like deepest desire, which is to become a renowned performer and to perform a song of love to the whole world so that she can shout her love for her partner from the highest point and have everyone know exactly how she feels.
Aw.
Yeah, that is her deepest desire.
Cool.
It does give.
See, now I
Is it
want
up
to
for your turn?
tear down the grey bard by building up his slave.
Right. Right.
I
Companion
know.
as
We want to take her somewhere over the rainbow.
We want her to go to the moon.
I
Yeah,
think
so
it's
you,
funny that the smiley guy is the only one who doesn't care about helping her out while taking him down too. I'm fine with destroying all of them.
Destroying all
Yeah,
humans.
oh,
bringing the
humans.
chaos. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's kind of on her way out the door. She's got the bag in hand. You can see that she's got like her satchel. She's kind of just laden down with things as she is kind of hurrying out of the main lobby of this grand hotel. What do you guys do?
Well, my bright idea is to go to the kitchens. What does everybody else want to do though?
Well, I want to see what all exactly is this assistant carrying. Is there anything special that she's hauling right now since he's not taking any of his stuff?
So most of the stuff, most of his bags and such have gone up to his room. You saw one of them, and I'll let you guys do anything with this, but you saw one of them carrying like I think maybe the one thing he brought up himself was an instrument case. Golden and golden as he is, gilded and
Hmm.
golden as he is. Um, he brought that up to his room. The rest of the staff brought all the other bags, and she's come back down and she's carrying like a garment bag. And anyone who's inside knows that he asked her to deal with his costume and his outfit for the night to take it to a tailor. Um, so she's got that in hand, and it doesn't look like she's got much else big happening
Right.
on her person. Yeah.
Uh, I want to follow her to the wherever the tailor to see. I'm not gonna make her drop it. I could try, but
You could.
I'm fine with her getting it there. I want to deal with it later though when she gets there.
All right, so you're heading off with her. What are the three of you
Yeah.
guys doing?
I'm going to follow the grey bard up to his room,
All right.
hide in the shadows, and wait. I have a plan, and I apologize for where my brain's going on this, so I apologize for when we get to it.
I am excited. Okay.
Tegan, this character is not Raz, all right? You don't need to watch it in a bathtub.
No. It's so my character is the beast. We have a thing for consuming insatiable hunger.
Oh.
So look,
All right.
he doesn't necessarily need all of his like phalanges and stuff.
Oh God.
Okay,
All
I love
right.
it.
I'll just
Zach and
Yes.
Aaron.
eat him slowly.
Zach and I are going to the kitchens.
Okay.
Yes.
Alrighty. We're splitting it up. Beautiful. All right. I am going to do a check because we're nearing the halfway-ish mark, I think.
Okay.
Do we want to do our little midway break? Is Sarah contacted? That'd be a good time to bring her in, but
She hasn't given us an update on her ETA, so
okay.
I was gonna say if we
don't-
want to stall for Sarah, we can. But
yeah. I mean, I would not mind a
We can
break.
take a break.
Either way.
Yeah,
so
we can
yeah.
take a break and then yeah. So I do have a break screen, but
Hey.
the muting of everything might need to be done on Zach, your end. The ninja thing will just mute
Okay.
everyone.
I can mute myself too. So
That's yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say because there's no, I don't know how to do the thing. So we will be on break for about 5 to 10 minutes. We will join right back after that, and we will pick up with the folk spread to the wind, getting 3 avenues of fucking with a bard, and I love it a lot. Yeah.
Nice.
So hey Zach, do the thing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna switch us to the break.
via um via Ninja as well.
I'm seeing sounds,
Ooh.
so that's good. Wait, Zach, say something?
Yay.
Oh, you're
Someone
good.
may be wrong if you're seeing sounds. Just saying.
Okay,
How do you
yeah, the
what?
sound's
You don't
coming back.
see sounds, man?
You are
Depends.
Canadian, so no telling.
Oh,
No
sound's back.
Woo!
I can
Hi,
taste
dog.
the rainbow, she says.
Yeah.
Hi.
No, Pride Month, I get
You are
even
heard.
stronger. I can see sounds.
Hello, puppy. Do you want to come into the room with me? Do you want to come in the
Hello.
booth?
Do you think synesthesia would make it easier or harder to do what we do?
Oh, that's a good
Good
question.
I've heard
question.
really cool things about it
Hmm.
because people's names have like a certain
Mhm.
look to people with synesthesia, and I'm like, oh, I on one hand I want to know what my name looks like what my name looks like, and at the same time I'm like, but what if it looks shit?
It manifests in different ways for different people, so it
Mhm.
would
Yeah.
have to really depend on how it like
Hmm.
works in a narrator's brain or a voice
Mhm.
actor's brain.
Hmm.
I do know one person with the like sound sight thing, and they associate color with like or like voices, sounds that they hear, kind of like manifest different color like auras for them. And they said
Yeah,
that my
Huh.
voice, I think, was burnt orange,
that's
Hmm.
cool.
and Hell's is
Nice.
like strawberry red, so they call Hell Strawberry as a nickname.
Oh,
Aw,
Yeah.
that is so
Can you
cute.
That's
imagine though
author
if
Monty
you
J, by the way. I could just name the person. People might know who that
could
is.
you
Monty
imagine
J.
though if
They're a
you
really great
saw
author.
like I know that there are some artists that see the like real like flares of color and stuff with it. Can you imagine being a narrator with it, seeing like that, going, "Oh, I really love this story," and then you read it out loud and you hate the way it like feels to you now because of how it looks when it's all together? I'm
Mm,
like,
Mm.
I was,
oh,
I
it
was gonna
makes me wonder.
say. I
Sorry, I
think
had to swallow the
It makes
popcorn.
him wonder.
It makes me wonder
it does.
if
Makes you wonder, guys. Makes you
if
wonder.
yeah, if like if you closed your eyes, would you still see the colors? Because it's not an actual like it,
yeah, it's in the
it's a
mind.
neurological
Mhm.
thing. It's not a actual visual thing. But and so like if the words are affecting you because of the colors you're seeing, would closing your eyes help?
I don't know.
I know that's
Make it
like
harder to read. Sorry.
touche.
So in that aspect, it would make it
Nice.
more challenging.
That's a good one.
Sorry, that was good. No, but that would be cool to identify and find out. I want to learn more about synesthesia.
If anyone knows, please let us
Yeah,
know.
I was gonna say
educate us.
I've only ever known one person who had it,
Mm,
and I didn't know them well, so I only heard about it once.
fair, fair.
Yep.
All right. So are we ready to dive back into fucking with the gray bard?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Would anyone like to go first? See, I put it on you guys. I could just pick. I'm sorry.
The
So
food, the
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 kitchen.
food.
kitchen.
chef,
All right.
tailor, or biting off fingers?
Yes. Okay. We will. You know what? It's the closest geographically. The food. So we follow Mickey and Zach. Does your little lad have a name?
I have not really. I can give him a name, but I think in general, no.
That's fair. The folk don't
Yeah.
have much use for it, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Especially elementals. You just
Yeah.
are.
Yeah.
Speak for
Exactly.
yourself.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Your character does
Some
your
people it means a
character
lot.
does
I
have a
kid.
name. I
Yeah.
like to think your character does have a name, but it's like the sound of a
Like leaves
breeze
rustling in
over
the breeze.
Mhm.
yeah, kind
Yeah.
of thing, and the crackling of like dry leaves and snapping twigs kind of thing. So it doesn't have
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
a verbalization.
I
Yeah.
love
I will.
that.
I will say, because it's not likely to come out like in the course of like of the session. He is like my elemental little dude is essentially like an ancient forest has just has a spirit, like a kind of a guardian animating spirit, like of the forest, which when the gray bard slighted the forest, the spirit essentially dropped a seed, which over however long sprouted into a little sapling, which was just sort of imbued with like just a sliver of that spirit sort of animating like anima. And and it went off to go do its thing. So yeah, it is the forest. It is like just for a moment in time, in the great time span of like a forest. It is just part of the forest doing a thing.
Hell yeah.
I've also just realized between Punch and Roll and this, if we start playing enough different games, Zach, you will be able to play every type of elemental at this point because you've got rocks and wood.
I've got a gem boy
For a second
got
there,
and now
when
a
wood.
you went,
wood
"Oh,
boy.
I'm playing a little elemental," I'm like, "Are you just fucking playing Garnet at this point?"
No, could have been. I could have been. I could have been Garnet.
You could have been Garnet.
We know
What did the Grey
Garnet's
Bard do? He
backstory.
killed my dwarf.
He killed my dwarf.
Now, see,
Yeah.
that's a legitimate reason.
Yeah.
I love you guys so much. I was like, the slight can be anything. It can be like he murdered your family or he ruined your fort. Like, nah. He took my hat. He tossed an apple core. He sneezed on me. He got my fucking name wrong. I'm like, you know
Petty,
what?
Petty's the way to go. Petty is.
Petty
the way
is
to
Petty.
go.
Well,
It's
it's
so
also
good.
it's also the reason it was such a slight to the forest was because apple trees are not native to that forest. So that
Mhm.
seed was going to potentially grow into apple trees that might choke
Oh
out
my
the
God, he
you
gave
know
Invasive
you
the
poison
species.
growth of the
ivy.
forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the
Gave you
most
poison ivy.
substantial reason. But then again,
He
getting
came
sneezed
to you.
on, I would be very, very mad.
He
about.
came to your
Absolutely covered in
forest
snot.
to a
No.
native community that has no immunity against this shit.
Truly.
That's colonizer behavior.
He's just, here's a blanket. No, okay, we're moving on. That was bad.
Wow.
Hey, that was history. It was not.
It was history, yes.
Colonization sucks. Anyway, we follow you, Mickey and friend, to the kitchen. In this beautiful hotel, you go through the back ways, and it's like a black and white tile floor, hustling and bustling, steam, and there's so much sound happening that neither of you are quite familiar with because you're. This is not your realm, especially not for your character, Zach.
Hmm.
It's hot and
It's so
wet.
foreign, it's hot, it's wet, it's metal, and the smells are not terrible, but they're very foreign, and you're like, oh, what? And yeah, you make your way into the back of this kitchen, and it's very vast, and you see like double swinging doors at the far end, and you catch a glimpse of a beautifully decorated ballroom that has a table set up and decorations, and you just catch a little glimpse as the door opens. But yeah, you guys are in the kitchen. What do you do?
First off, is anyone cooking mushrooms?
I'm gonna roll a die, but I'm gonna say probably yeah.
The beef
Oh, that'd be
Wellington
fun.
reference has come out.
So yes, you see a woman dressed in white, her sleeves roll up, a hat cascading from her head, and pretty immaculate. There's only stains in one portion. Everything else, there's no drips on the sleeves. Um, she turns around and she bowls basically past you two, like through you. And she is carrying a large bowl of chopped mushrooms, and she's yelling at people as she goes, "All right, you do this, and we've got the mushrooms coming. Get it put to a boil and deliver." And she just is rapid fire shouting orders across the kitchen, and people are responding and immediately altering course, turning burners on, turning them off, everything. But yeah, you see little mushrooms deceased and chopped in her hands as she goes to the other side of the kitchen.
Okay. I'm going to mess with her. Feel free to do whatever you're going to do.
My dead brethren need avenging. He pulls on his little Batman mask and runs off.
I mean, sapling also has a feeling of remorse and hatred at seeing the mushrooms chopped up, seeing what they're doing with
Seeing
all
all
these
the
different
cinnamon
sources of
quills
food.
of just the flayed pieces of
Yeah.
his kid's
Um,
flesh just curled everywhere. Sorry.
I want to look for two things.
Mhm.
I want to look for um he said no gluten,
Mhm.
but this is a big kitchen.
Mhm.
There's got to be a sack of flour in some pantry or cabinet or something somewhere. I want to look
For
for
sure.
sacks of flour,
Okay.
and I want to look for rats or bugs.
Amazing. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Unbeknownst to us, the head chef has a rat under his
I was
toque.
I was going to preface it with Ratatouille jokes aside.
Yeah. So yeah, you see Mickey beeline it after this woman, and she clearly looks like she is the head of this kitchen. People are
Mhm.
responding to her. She's got the, I don't know, the best uniform. Maybe she's got like little epaulets with like multiple lines. She's very high ranking. Um
Ooh,
and
Sarah
you
Dawn!
Yay!
Okay,
Yes, in
Hurrah!
time for the chaos.
I
Hi.
need I need to get
Welcome,
you a link,
welcome.
Cleo.
And I
Yes.
thought we were gonna have fun. Sorry.
You're so rude.
Oui, bébé. It's just a wee
Always
bébé.
and forever, Rhodey.
I didn't hurt
The
your
stream
baby.
also can't hear Sarah yet, so Rhodey really
Yep.
is just
Just
Talking
bullying
just being an
everyone.
asshole to a disembodied voice.
Good.
Sorry, hello stream. We have the Sarah Dawn joining us now, and we are just gonna make her visible and
I love the fact
audible
that
in a
anytime
moment.
we introduce Sarah, it is the Sarah Dawn, like
Well,
the one, the only, the infamous.
that is because of.
Huh. Oh, she
I was
did
gonna
write that on
say
there.
it's definitely because of Helen Zach and their
No, it
yeah.
did not start with us. Maybe we introduced it to
Wasn't
you,
it
but
the
it didn't
kiddo?
start with us.
Hey, is
I
this
think
OBS thing on our stream or is it okay? I couldn't tell if it was me or
I think
our
the first
Oh
stream.
person that
yeah.
ever started the thing was Lexi, and then it got picked up, and I think like Sean did it for a really long time, and then everybody just did it.
The
People just
Sarah
started going,
Dawn.
no, it's the Sarah Dawn. Your first name is the.
Exactly. It's not. It doesn't sound right without it now.
I'm sorry that the white oval
Apparently
is not.
it was on stream,
Hey.
but it's gone now.
What?
I
Yeah,
see
okay,
Sarah now on stream.
Yay!
There we go. The
Yay.
Sarah Dawn. Yay!
It's me. I'm here.
Excellent.
Do you
Time
sign
for
off
the
your
chaos.
opening credits with narrated by the Sarah Dawn?
You
I really
should.
should. I
Hear her and
really
everything, too.
should.
Oh yeah.
See,
Excellent.
instead of going the other way that a lot of people go by becoming a one name, you've had
Hey,
to add
hang on.
I
words.
have.
Okay, I was about to say.
Not all of us. Not all of us can be cool.
Oh.
Rhodey.
Brody.
Brody, no last name.
That's right.
Chat says the is visible and audible now.
Yay!
Awesome.
Amazing. All right. So we will incorporate the Sarah Dawn soon, but we'll flip back to the kitchen where Mickey has beelined it to avenge his fallen brethren, and Zach's character, you successfully find bags of flour. These are not hard to identify, and you're able to get into kind of like a pantry where the dry ingredients are stored just to keep them out of the way. And in that, as you kind of look around, you do see just like a collection of like lint and different like old rags and towels gathered in an area. It looks like a little nest, and you're kind of
Hmm.
able to like look in, and you see a rather plump rat just kind of like chilling, like straight vibing,
Just vibing.
straight vibing.
He's probably got it good in here, right? He's just stealing
Oh,
little
yeah.
bites of things.
He's chewed
Very,
himself
very
grown out of the
comfortable.
cheese that he's reclining in.
He's
Is he
in a
twirling his
wheel.
own tail?
Mhm.
Just twirling it. Nice. So looking at the sack of flour, like an image pops through little sapling's mind of great vast fields of wheat being scythed down and ground up into this sack. Is the sack
springs of many children.
yeah is the sack open at all, or is there an opening in the sack, or is it just a completely closed sack? I'm gonna stop saying sack.
Say Zach way too much.
Is it a big sack? Is it a kind of whip sack?
So you see two sacks beside each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll say one of them is open. It's got kind of like a big scoop, a measuring scoop in it, kind of buried into it. You know that's some part of you's like, this isn't proper kitchen etiquette, but
Yeah.
it's there and it's like that.
Okay.
You'd be surprised. It is pretty normal.
Fair enough.
I'm going to I want to do two things real quick.
Right.
First thing I want to do is I want to spill some of the flour onto the floor out of the sack. So either like white, kind of rip the opening a little bit more, or just kind of like tip it.
Sprinkle
And
white
I want to
powder
get some
everywhere.
flour spilled on the floor.
Hell yeah. All right. That's yeah, small easy interaction with the world. Let's get one success for that.
All right, I'm rolling my die.
Come
I rolled
on.
another one, so I'm gonna use my luck. I'm gonna
Yay!
use one of
Okay.
my luck points and
Come on.
try to get a success.
You keep making things better than when you start.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can use as much. I have 2 luck
You
points. I
can
can use
use
more than
it.
one, right? Because I rolled another one.
No
Come on!
way!
I
No,
want
no,
you to
I
level
really,
up.
You have
I really
the
want to get
worst
one success
luck.
with this.
Come
Okay, I
on.
rolled a 3.
Then take my luck.
I don't know if it's gonna help at this
We
point.
just keep throwing luck at
Just
the
get
man
a
and hope
D6
for the
It's
stack.
best.
It'll
okay.
get
It's
better
okay
from
if
there.
there's no
Just
flour
That
on the
Yeah,
floor
dice
at
more to
this
needs to
moment.
go into jail.
it does.
Pick a new one.
Come on.
All right. Are you officially giving me your luck?
I'm
Okay.
officially, I would like you to succeed at
I
something.
would like me to succeed
Yeah.
at one thing too, but I'm okay if I don't. It's really
Come on.
fine. Okay, a 6. That one gave me a 6. Thank you very
Finally,
much,
that was a good one.
Mickey.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, you try, and then you kind of, then you try again, and then eventually, I think you just kind of let go of whatever reserved resilience you had, and you're like,
Mhm.
"Fucking open!" And you tear this bag apart, and you sprinkle out the exact amount of flour that you would like to, and you
Okay.
triple in size as you feel power
Right.
flow through
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. So the main body, the little like the trunk of sapling here, kind of expands, grows a little bit. He gets his little twig-like limbs kind of get a little girthier as well, maybe a few more of them. Leaves, bigger, more and bigger leaves kind of start sprouting. Um
He gets a bigger
and
stick and a girthier stick.
I
Ooh,
know. I
gross.
chose my words intentionally. Um and then if we want to cut to Aaron, that's fine. Otherwise there's just one more thing I want to do in here.
Okay, let's wrap you up in here, and then we'll flip to Aaron.
Okay. I want to use my level 2 ability, which is to communicate with any animal that I can see.
Amazing.
And I want to start talking to Hedonism Rat.
Yeah. All right.
Hedonism Rat, is that his name? I now need a picture. Someone draw me a picture of Hedonism Rat
Hedonism
twirling his
Rat.
tail.
Oh my god.
Amazing. All right. So to communicate with an animal, you need 1 success. You have 2d6 to roll.
I have 2 dice here. Okay.
Ah.
3 and a 4. So 1
A
success.
4. 1 success.
Yes.
Excellent. So yeah,
Huzzah.
you do exactly
Huzzah.
what you want to do. You peer over to the rat, and you kind of reach out to it with your mind, and you make a connection. It just goes like, "Hey man, what you doing in here? Why'd you get so big all of a sudden?" Because you now grow, because you succeeded again.
Yeah, he
You
just
level up. So
the
you
rat
are
just
now
watched
5
me
feet
grow.
tall. Yeah, he's watching
Oh
you go
shit.
from
Oh, I
1.
just grew twice.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Because
Yeah.
you succeeded when you ripped the bag, and then you succeeded in casting magic. So you've gone from 1 to 2 to 3. So you're now 5 feet tall.
Look,
Yeah.
Zach, you
Okay,
can't help it
fantastic.
that you're a late bloomer.
I am a late
Yeah.
bloomer. I'm also a grower, not a shower. It's fine.
He's growing like a weed, guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, more he's like, he's like a small young tree now, not just like a little sapling with like one sad little leaf. He's
Does
got
he have any
bigger
like?
limbs.
Has he
Um,
sported any dangling fruits or anything
oh
like that yet?
dear.
we're not gonna get into that. Maybe at level 4 or 5, we'll see. Things will descend. Um, but yeah, more, just like more limbs on his tree frame with more leaves, bigger leaves. He's just kind
Teenage
of growing
Groot
into his
now.
own. So he says to the rat, I'm here to fuck with a very, very bad man, and I want your help.
Oh, good. I thought you were gonna stop there for a second, and I was like, wait a minute, but we're good. No, I could help fuck with some guys. Yeah, no, it's pretty good here, but I get, life's a little too easy, so I'm gonna, yeah.
Mhm.
What do you need, buddy?
Well, here, how about a deal? I'm bigger now. I could reach things up on these high shelves that maybe you couldn't reach. If there's a treat up there that you want, I'll get it down for you. And all I want you to do is to traipse through the pile of flour over there, maybe roll around in a little bit. And whenever anybody's not looking out in the kitchen, just run across all the surfaces that they're cooking on, shake off the flour, come back, do it a few times.
Roll around in
Cocaine
some
right
white
on.
powder. I've done that before.
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, you got
Cocaine
no
that
idea, man.
is being set free.
It's like, all right, yeah. If you could grab me, they put all these little traps up there. So actually, if you could take those all down, because it really makes it tricky to run up that shit and everything. And I'm not as late as I used to be. It's a bit hard to get up there. Yeah, and they put really good stuff in the wooden thing. So if you can like get the stuffs off it and get the traps out of there, I'll traipse anywhere covered in white powder.
All right. You,
Wow.
you get to your job, and I'll do that in the meantime.
Sounds good, buddy. And he just kind of, I think he just goes into the bag. He just and a little
Start
boom.
breaststroking through it.
So it wasn't even necessary for me to make a pile for him.
He can land in the pile, and the pile goes.
That's fine. Either way, I'm fine.
Beautiful. We flip back to the other cunning folk in the kitchen. What is Mickey doing?
So Mickey is trying to find large utensils like ladles and big spoons and things, and causing them to fall in the way of the big chef carrying the big bucket of mushrooms, hoping she doesn't quite see them and will trip over them.
Okay.
So I'm just
All right.
throwing cutlery all over the place.
For sure. I'm gonna say that is akin to like sabotaging a carriage wheel or something, which is a medium task, which
Okay.
requires 2 successes. And you are what, level 3?
I am level 2.
Level 2. Okay. Yeah. All right.
But there's a
Uh,
chance.
There's a chance.
That's a 3 and a 4.
All right. So 1 success. I'm gonna say that that's partial, because doing multiple little things all together is a bigger task. But like, we'll say that yeah, a few things do kind of trip her up. Like she doesn't face plant or like fully, um, but we'll say that as she kind of kicks things out of the way, her wrath falls upon some of the other underlings in the kitchen, and she puts down the pot and she goes to try and get her. At this point, they're already diced up. She goes to get an implement that would have done them more harm, but it's something that you've already tossed on the ground.
When her back is turned, I want to knock the pot of mushrooms off of the side
Amazing.
onto
Yeah,
the floor.
I think that is a pretty easy thing about yeah, that's 1 success. Let's see.
That's a 5.
Okay, did you roll both? Because you must roll all
Yeah,
your
I've got
dice.
a 1 and a 5.
Okay, excellent. So yeah,
Okay.
succeeds. You're able to, with her distracted enough looking for the implement that you kind of tossed aside, you're able to come and like, beep, and I'm picturing it like an annoying cat, just kind of like, kong, and it clangs to the ground. And since it's such a large pot, it echoes and reverberates, and the chopped up mushrooms kind of scatter to the ground. And she turns back. And she's just swearing in nonsensical, almost French.
French Canadian, essentially. But not French.
As
Oh,
she
man.
sees her prep work just absolutely ruined, and a decent part of tonight's appetizer, which is going to be mushroom soup, is sprawled onto the floor. And she kind of grabs one of the like the sous chefs, and she's like, "You need to get me 10 more pounds of mushrooms for tonight. Go! Quick! Vite, vite, vite!" And she sends him out the door. And she's like, "Oh, this is rough." And someone else, she gets to start cleaning up the mess. And I think you see like written on the board. I'm gonna say you guys can speak and read common. I don't know. We're gonna say that you're literate. You see like the menu for tonight is mushroom soup, um, some kind of salad, and the main course is like a battered, or like a tortilla, like a shepherd's pie type thing, but with like pastry and different meat inside. And apparently it's a
Truffle.
delicacy for them. Yeah. Gee, what's a nice meal that would be at a gala?
Beef Wellington or something.
Yeah, beef Wellington.
Lobster,
Because
Yeah.
beef Wellington, the best part
filet.
about beef Wellington, so it's a steak with minced mushrooms inside the pastry. So it's the double mushroom down.
Beautiful. Excellent. Okay, that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
But instead of beef,
Mickey's going to make a note to come back and continue to terrorize this place, as mushroom seems to be their specialty.
yeah,
Maybe it's the Greybard's favorite.
you know,
Mushrooms,
yeah,
mushroom everything.
for sure.
But since Mickey succeeded, he becomes level 3, right?
Yes. Yeah, you grow
So-
even bigger.
Yes.
As he grows another foot, his
Mhm.
cap turns Burberry.
What does that mean? What is Burberry?
It's kind of like a brown and white plaid.
Oh, I
Yeah,
can
it's a
picture it.
Look,
It's
I
like
can
a tan
picture it,
plaid
yeah.
with like red and white stripe
Yeah.
in it.
Okay.
It's very
yeah.
iconically, yeah.
mhm.
I'm
Amazing.
picturing it.
I want art.
Are
of
you
these
turning into a
characters
race
so
car
bad.
driver? Like I don't. You've got stripes down your arms. You've got what looks like a helmet on top. You're turning like an old timey race car driver.
No, it's like
I'm-
real nouveau riche, but like tracksuit.
Yeah, I'm in a tracksuit. I got chains and rings, and now I'm wearing a Burberry cap.
And
And-
and
but
he's a
yes,
and
the
he's a mushroom, Sarah.
Yeah.
Okay, the picture
Oh,
is
yes, Sarah.
painted. The picture is
tracksuit's like-
painted.
The tracksuit's like a Nike or an Adidas, whichever way you say it. And it's like usually when you see them, it's like a black tracksuit with like the white stripes down the
Mm.
sides.
Classic. I'm loving this so much. Beautiful. So I'll leave you guys there as you're wreaking havoc in the kitchen, and well laid plans are going to be put into action. And we're gonna flip over. I guess we'll stay in the hotel for a little bit. We'll flip over to Tegan's character. Does your character have a name, Tegan?
Carly.
Carly. Okay. Carly.
K-A-L-I. Carly.
Carly.
Yes.
All right.
Not Carly.
Not
Carly.
You
Carly.
said that so American too.
I mean, that was
Not
the
Carly.
Well, we
Carly.
already had the thing of like Aaron is the only one here who speaks English. So
Yeah, there were some mix-ups earlier.
Should I turn on my door? No. Anyway,
turn on my door, yeah.
but the door's right there. Oh fuck, there.
It was so confusing.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
it was door open.
Yeah,
Do
I was
whatever
like,
you want with
no,
your
it's
door, Tegan.
closed. But
Oh, Nor Cleo.
Oh
Oh
no.
no, Cleo. You have to
Cleo
get to
gets
the
me.
water.
Oh.
What? Okay, I love it. I love you. Okay. So you, what level are you again? You're 2, 3?
3.
3. Okay, so you're big. You stalk the bard as he goes up to his magnificent
this
suite.
Slight drag on the carpet of as my claws like
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. He's carrying his gilded loot case, and he goes up and he sweeps into the room. Immediately starts to shed his muddy, kind of bunged up clothing. His boots are already discarded in in the main entry, like the foyer of the hotel. I think immediately he flags someone or he stops someone on the way. He's like, "You need to run me a bath immediately," and so he that person runs off and starts bringing warm water up to the room. We'll say, maybe they got plumbing. They're fancy. He starts running a bath. The person brings in bubbles and soaps and lovely, just it looks like little shells and like.
Tegan, how do
tropical
you
stuff.
always end up with
This
these
was
characters in
pre-planned.
baths? You do this on purpose
I
now.
had
Okay,
it
we
in the
understand.
notes.
Got it. All right. just
And then when
checking.
Tegan's like, I go, I'm like, oh fuck.
look, I have a plan for what my character can kind of do. So
Uh-huh.
I'm so
I'm seeing a
worried.
pattern. Just point it out. All right.
I know, I'm aware.
Oh, amazing, amazing. So yeah, you see him place the loot on a spot of honor. He clears off let's say it's right, like there's a mirror. Somehow there's like lights already rigged up to shine on it. But he takes it out and he kind of just like caresses it softly, and you see it's a beautiful instrument. And he plucks each of the strings, and as you hear the sound ring out from each of them, it makes you think of a different like folk creature. And there's like an inkling of there's just something in you that makes you think each of those strings are from some kind of fantastic creature that he uses to string his instrument with. And that could be part of his why he sounds so good, or he's just a dick and he wanted to get rare animal to make his thing. Um, but as you hear each sound ring out, you're like too familiar, and one of the chords makes you think of like a beast like yourself. Um, but he then goes and he sheds all of his horrible clothes and gets into a nice warm bubble bath, or at least you presume to be a nice warm bubble
Yeah,
bath.
because I'm assuming he goes in, he closes the door, and starts to relax.
I feel like he's the kind of guy who would just leave it open. We don't.
Oh,
He's
good.
just
This works in my
yeah.
favor too. So, the first thing I would like to do once he goes into the bathroom and starts, I want to give him some time to like calm down and relax a little bit.
Kind.
Lull him into a false sense of security. But while he's doing that, I'm going to go and quietly unscrew one of the key tabs on his lute and steal it.
Oh my
So
god.
the string completely loosens and I steal the whole key tab because I could cut the strings, but then he can just replace the strings. Good luck replacing the key tabs in a hurry.
Fuck.
So I start unscrewing the key tabs and just
Devious. I like it. That's I gotta say a pretty easy thing to do when he's not using it. It's just sitting there. So yeah, you start to and you kind of hear it untune, like detune, untune as you
yeah,
as you
quietly.
do that. So give us. You need one success. You're rolling, I believe, 3 because you're level 3.
Yeah. 6, 2, and a 3.
Wow,
So
that's
I got one
one
success.
success. That's exactly what you needed.
Okay.
Man, no one is over succeeded. Come on, underachievers. No, I'm kidding.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
Gotta try harder things.
So yes, I steal his little keys and I put them in my little
mhm.
pocket so he can't find them
So
later.
do you take all of them, or you just take one?
You know what? I'm going to take 2 because 1 looks like an accident. 2, a little bit harder.
All
I
right,
don't want
yeah,
to think it's an accident.
beautiful.
So
You
I
you
take
take
2.
2 random ones. I like that.
And I
Yeah,
imagine this takes a little bit of time just to undo, like,
yeah, to do it
uh,
carefully.
to give him some time to relax into the bathtub. And then once he relaxes a bit, I want to like slowly do just a because I don't know if he's is he
Oh, sorry, you
lying?
level up as well because you succeed. Or was that
Shit.
were you second to third, or you third to fourth?
I would be going 3rd to 4th at this
Yeah.
point.
Okay, yeah. You grow after you successfully think steal these things. You grow to 8 feet tall.
Yay!
Holy moly.
So I'm aware that I'm hunched in this room now, almost touching the fucking ceiling. It's
Yeah.
um. So what I want to do
Mhm.
is I want to initially just start tapping the door just so it creaks on the hinges, just a little bit of like, just enough to get his attention.
Okay. Are you doing okay? So you're trying to intentionally be seen,
I'm
or
starting out
let me
like a
know.
haunting,
Okay,
essentially.
yeah, you're atmospheric. You're just being
Yeah,
creepy. Yeah, he
yeah.
he he does look over. He doesn't see you, but he looks over. He thinks it's like a breeze or something. Part of him is like, "Oh my god, it's probably a rabid fan."
And then
Hmm.
I stop it immediately,
Oh.
like I grab because I want to think that I'm actually behind the door so that I'm not in the bathroom, and I
Okay.
stop it, like it stops moving altogether, like not even
Okay.
so it's just moving and then it stops.
Yeah, I feel like just like the hair on his arm just kind of stands on end, and he's like rationalizing. He's like, "Ah, it's just." I mean, even
Then I
if it
slam
is, oh,
it.
and I think like he instinctively just pulls his hands into the bathtub, and there's a little.
Look, we're supposed to be doing mischief. I'm not going to straight up.
Oh, this
I
is good.
want to drown him in the bathtub, just. But
Yeah,
I feel like
you have
that
you have the urge to make him suffer longer.
yes. And then once the door's slammed, because I'm on the outside and that he's not
Mhm.
going to see me, I, with my big ass, like 4 segmented finger, just back
I like
across the back of the
this.
door. And then I'm going to go and run and attempt to hide behind the bed at 8 feet tall. And just, but it's this dark shadow that's creating dark shadow into the room, essentially.
I love it. All right, so yeah, this would I would say it's another easy task, causing a ruckus or scaring somebody. So
Ah, the surprise.
you're rolling 46, and you only need one success.
I got 3 4s and a 2, and I lost a
All
dice.
right,
It's gone to very easy.
overachiever. Thank you, Tegan.
Finally.
Yay!
Yes. So
Which means I hide behind the bed and I shrink.
so you over succeed. So this is really fucking creepy, right? You're doing all that. You're making the door shift. You're stopping it. You're slamming it. You're scraping your claws across it, and we'll say that's when like the success hits and you over succeed. And as your claws are scraping, just trying to make a sound, they puncture through the door,
Yes!
and he
Yes!
sees your horrific, beastly form through the claw
Because
marks
my
that you've
smile's
left.
like 2 wide teeth and these like really big, childlike, glowing coal eyes just
Yeah. And
through the door.
he locks eyes with you for a split moment. And if you want to make it happen, it does, and it can. But your level 1 boo thing can activate where whenever you are spotted, you
Yes!
terrify.
Yes!
Yeah, okay. Excellent. So yeah, you do that. And this would scare anyone, but this hits him to his core.
And he
And
just hears
he
this echoey little voice of
shrieks. Yeah.
he just hears this little 1, 2, we're coming for you. And then I vanish.
I love it.
Wow.
I think this man genuinely, I'm sorry, shits himself with this.
At least he's in the bathtub.
In the bath.
Shat the bath.
He shat the bath. And you wisp away and you hide behind the bed. And you feel yourself kind of shrink down as you get a rush of adrenaline from a gross human witnessing you. But also just a vast kind of like satisfaction. And you hear like the ungodly, very high pitched falsetto scream from him. And then immediately almost like whimpering from the bath, and you hear like the sound of someone sopping wet stepping out, and he goes like, "Ugh," and he sounds so pathetic. Beautiful. And we will leave you there.
Good.
And we will
To the
head
tailor.
out to the tailor, and we will follow. I'm going to say your name. He's going to be Tenza Bilbadub
That's
as
right.
he begins to tail.
I just realized this is the first time Sarah's here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's glorious.
Yeah.
This makes
And
me so
so-
happy.
Good.
So you tail this assistant bard through the city. She's kind of weaving her way through, and she gets to a very chic tailor's shop. It's kind of stands out from that around it. It's got more glass of its facade than the rest, and it looks elevated, it looks tasteful. And you see her walk in. There's not like a bell, it's like fancier than that. There's like a flute or some shit that plays, and it's maybe an enchantment, but some little trill to announce her arrival into the tailor. And Sarah, this is where your character has set up shop. This is where you spend some of your days, because you are, and maybe you know what, it's got a bitchin' chandelier up top that you just love the look of. Like you've seen a lot of really nice lights, but this one
But
just
that
kind of
one.
speaks to you. So you've kind of
Okay.
made this place your little den. You
Yeah.
like it. You like the
I
vibe.
love that.
The Taylor
Like lamp.
Mason you kind of vibe with, and it's um. So yeah, you see this young woman walk in. She's clearly a bard. She's got what you would consider a rather fancy garb and getup, and she's got a large garment bag slung over her arm. And you see another cunning folk, another mythic being, traipse in behind her. And Rhoda, you're currently level
2.
2. Okay, so he's about 3 feet tall, about 3 times your size. And
Did
you
you
see
hear
him.
what he looks like?
No.
Okay.
It's creepy.
So he basically is like a miniature No Face with a plague mask that the mouth actually opens. And right now, because he's level 2, he's 3 feet tall. His teeth are like fangs, and he has little fingers, like claw fingers, at the bottom of the draping. So it's almost like if the like the cloth look had like a tear at the bottom, those are actually his fingers. So yeah, there you go.
Pulls himself along with his fingers.
And he smiles a lot because it's kind of his
You have
thing.
like over
Wow.
1,000 teeth in your little plague mask,
Yeah.
Kajor, don't you?
Yeah, there's a lot. But they're well, they used to be needles. Now that he's leveled up, they're more like fangs. So there you go. They're getting a little bigger. Enjoy that.
Excellent. Do you, as you see this folk come in, hold on, I'm gonna say it. Tenzabilbadub, you see
I love
another.
this for you.
I just because I'm not gonna shit. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it
I
right
know.
because I don't want
Yeah.
this little bastard's wrath. um, you see another folk, and Sarah, what does? Oh, you have a name. You do have a name.
I do.
What does Mathilda Nocturne look like?
Nice. I'm impressed.
I love that she's Mathilda and you put her surrounded by fabric and like okay,
I
genius.
love lamp.
So she'd be what, 1 foot tall
Mhm.
Yeah.
right now. So currently she's got little moth wings and the little fluffy little antenna, but all of her teeth are like sharp. Like they're just all rows of like shark teeth.
I think we're gonna get
Uh,
along.
I think so. Other than when she opens her mouth, currently she looks rather cute.
Oh,
She's like a little moth fairy, except for when she smiles.
I love
Yes.
it. But yeah, so you clock Mathilda. I'm saying that
Mhm.
right. Yeah, Mathilda or Mathilda? Do you want the H?
Mathilda.
Mathilda. Beautiful. You clock her, and both the shopkeeper and the bard's assistant. It's a normal day for them. They don't notice either of you. And the assistant, she goes up to the tailor, and he's an older man, um, very well looked after. He's got a bit of a Stanley Tucci vibe. I'm feeling a bit of a Stanley Tucci vibe from him. Um, and she lays the garment bag on the counter, and he's like, "Oh, what is this?" And she's like, "All right, this." What was her voice? It was just normal. This is for the Gray Bard. He mentioned getting the special done to it. This is his outfit for tonight, so it will be a rush order. I don't know what kind of work that needs to be done, but we can pay to have it done for tonight. He's like, oh yeah, the
Hold on.
special.
Before you get into this, I need to
Mhm.
visualize this right. Is
Yeah,
this Stanley Tucci from Hunger Games or Stanley Tucci from Devil Wears Prada?
it's closer to Devil Wears Prada.
Okay, because
Yeah.
either way,
Although
it's gonna
those
be
two,
great.
they're not
I
that
know.
far on the Tooch
Well, but
scale.
On
the
the
hair
douche scale.
the hair is a big difference.
That's true. No, he's currently
So
bald Tucci.
okay, got
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I like this man a lot.
yeah. I mean, he can do anything, but I just wanted to
Mm,
know. All right,
the
got a
range.
visual. Let's go.
Um, beautiful, yeah. So he's like, the special. I love it when people come and do that. Okay, how big is he looking to make it look? And she's like, what? And she's like, well, darling, the special, it's to augment. And he kind of gives her a look, and she's like, oh, uh, he just said the most.
The most.
So, yeah, if that could be done by 5 p.m. today, that would be great. And he's like, okay. And then he gathers up the garment bag and kind of whisks it away, and he writes up a ticket for her to return and like exchange for the right garment and everything like that. And he kind of sweeps it away, and she kind of, okay, cool. And then she takes out her list, crosses that off, and begins to exit. So you guys know that the bard's outfit is currently in your midst.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Can I use wish on the what's his name? The tailor.
Tucci.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tucci. Bald Tucci.
Mason Tucci.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, so you can intuit his
Deepest
deepest
desire.
desire. This is so stupid. But like not in the funny. Okay, hold on. You'll get it in a second. You peer into his psyche, and you're quite good at doing this. And his deepest fear is that you sense that he's got a lot of kind of loneliness to him. Um, and he just really wants to move in with his friends. That's his that's his deepest desire.
Aw,
Wow.
aw.
I feel bad now.
He wants like platonic companionship.
There you go.
He's done making massive cod pieces.
That just pays the bills. He wants more with life.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, and Sarah, you're sorry, Matilda.
Matilda.
You're familiar, and I think maybe you heard when they were speaking, the bard assistant say like, "Oh yes, for the Grey Bard for his performance tonight. This is his outfit."
Yes.
What does that elicit in you? What does that make you think of when you hear this man's name?
Rage. Rage and
Where's my brick?
So fast. On
I
Exactly.
love the
rage.
complexity too.
rage. Just pure.
Just pure rage.
She thinks back to all of the times she has seen him, both just in public and every time he has entered into this establishment she has taken up residence in, and specifically the one song that he hums every time and gets it stuck in her head for a week. And that's all
I
it
love
takes.
it. I'm gonna say that is likely the song that comes to your head. Is the
Is it the
one with
song
that
that
one catchy lyric where it goes Tanza Bilbo Dub,
Yep.
and it just
I
keeps
knew it.
repeating, and then the
Just to be
summer
more
tune of the
elaborate
season.
on why my character hates him is he wrote a song about me and said my name wrong. So when I said my name was in writing, it's because he wrote the song down and still said my name wrong.
Mhm.
So yeah. That's
It might
and
have
it had
been, yeah.
and now yeah, it blends with this. That's great.
So yeah, you feel this rage incited within you. What would you
And
guys like to do?
immediately that song is again stuck in my head from the last time. Just thinking about him.
This is so cursed, but it's definitely to the tune of Baby Shark. Bilbo Dub Dub.
Oh no.
That is the most horrific thing from all of
that's
tonight.
good.
I
That's
hate
good.
that's actually gonna be stuck in my head.
No, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry.
I thought the same thing. That's great.
Ugh, terrible.
So good.
What do you do? What are you guys up to? Stop! You stop it! You will get muted. Sorry.
Sarah, I'll let you go first since you haven't done anything yet.
Okay. Well, oh my gosh. Okay. I'm trying to think. It might be easier if you go first.
Okay.
Yeah, show her the ropes a little
Yeah.
bit.
All right. Well, let's see. So the garment is out, or
Yeah,
where
we'll
is
say
the garment?
we'll say he basically just turned. There's another counter behind. He's turned and he's unzipped it and he's got it all laid out and he is now zoning into the frock area,
The frock
the
area.
crotch area,
Yeah.
the nether region.
Let's see. Is there any interesting items around that would be related to tailoring?
Yeah, there's a whole. He's got a set of like very sharp looking scissors, shears to cut through the fabric.
Okay.
There's a seam ripper. He's got like um kind of spectacles that attach to his current ones that just enlarge so he can work a bit
Nice.
finer. There's spools of thread on the wall and a bunch of different needles resembling your level 1 teeth.
Ooh, nice. Yes.
Yeah.
So I would like to take a seam ripper
Mhm.
and see if I can rip the seam in the buttocks.
Beautiful. Beautiful,
Let the
beautiful,
bulge
beautiful.
be modified,
Mhm.
but the seam will be ripped in the back if I can help it.
Cheeks out, man. Cheeks out.
That's right.
Cheeks out. I love that a lot.
He's
Okay.
focused on the front, and the back's where they're paying
Back's
attention.
all mine, baby.
Got it.
Business in the front, party in the back.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Easy access.
Back's all
What?
mine.
I didn't say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what that is.
Alright.
Yeah, so I'd say that is a pretty easy task. I'll say you just need 1 success for that. You
Okay.
are
2.
1, 2, 2. Okay, so yeah, roll 2d6. You need 1 to succeed.
I rolled a 1. Let's see what the second one is. Oh, are you kidding me? 2 1s?
2
Okay,
1s.
great.
Well,
Yay.
if you don't have any luck to spend, you get a luck from that.
I
think
do
you
have
failed once
1.
before, yeah.
I do
Yeah.
have 1 luck.
So if you want, you can re-roll 1 die.
I do really
that.
want this to be successful, so let's see if I can pull this off.
You can ask your new friend for help too.
Nope, it's a 3.
It's true.
Ah.
I'm here.
All right, so yeah, you
Just
do.
the vein of rage once she learns your name is going to be hilarious.
That's gonna be
Yes.
so good. But yeah, you do mark yourself a thing of luck because even though you use that one,
I got
you
1
still
luck
ended
still.
up failing.
Yep.
Wait, yeah, I think that's.
I used 1 and
We're gonna
then-
say it's right. But yeah, would Matilda like to do anything?
Matilda is gonna see what this guy was trying to do.
fucking gay.
This guy, and she's just like, not a bad idea. And so she's gonna also, but she's going to use her teeth.
Okay. All right. Is there any specific thing that lights do? Like, are you doing anything special or just interacting with?
Nah, just interacting.
Yeah. I like it. Okay. Give us a roll. This will be 1 success. Roll 1d6 for us.
2.
Damn. Okay. Well, give yourself some luck.
Yeah.
Obviously, this garment was sewn originally by Mason Tooch, and he is an amazing sewer.
Immaculate.
Immaculate. You try to find the seam, can't even do it. So good. So good. Unfortunately, yeah, you're not able to seam rip the buttocks, but you guys, I'll give you guys one more thing, and then we'll bounce back to those in the kitchen.
Give him the Regina George treatment.
I was thinking about that, not gonna lie. It was a
Can't
thought
find a seam, I'll make my own.
Put up the nipples.
crossed my mind very early.
Oh my god.
I'm glad.
So if you'd like to do anything more, let me know. Otherwise, we will pop over.
Even though we failed, can we try to do something else?
Oh yeah, get creative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm trying to think of something that would be relatively annoying. You know what? I'm going to try to sew up the pant legs, the bottom of the pant legs.
Okay.
So if he puts his feet in there, he won't know that he can't put his feet all the way through until he gets to the end.
That is
So-
very inconvenient.
Yeah, I think that would
like it.
be worthy of inconvenience. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna-
I think. Hey, it's a simple stitch. It might not look the prettiest, but that's
Yeah.
1 success.
all right.
Let's see what you can do.
Roll a 2 and a 4. Okay, good.
That's a
I got one
success. Excellent. Yeah, you kind of like you end up doing like a little blanket stitch at the bottom,
yeah.
and you just kind of seal up the bottom. We'll say the right pant leg.
All right.
And yeah, you guys see Mason Tooch. Basically, he's opened up. So he had integrated a pocket already that had been sewn shut, and so he's gently seam ripped it, and he's starting to essentially pad that area. Would Matilda
Stuff the
like to
area.
do anything?
So, would you say somewhat of a pocket has been created
Yes.
in that area? So, Matilda would like to take some pins and needles and
Yes.
fill it with it.
I was hoping you were going there.
Yep.
You know that
He has already
meme?
displayed that he's a little prick, so
You know that
That's
meme of
true.
a raccoon
And he obviously has one, so.
with the fingers? You literally saying that had me sitting here like this with my fingers in front of my face being like, please do it. I didn't want to suggest anything. I was so excited.
It's a 4.
Excellent. That's a
Nice.
success. So immediately, Matilda, as you sprinkle, as you like essentially shove in pins and needles into this pocket, this groinal pocket,
That's
You
accurate. It's a
you
technical term.
you feel yourself triple in size as you gain kind of like power from being this mischievous force of nature. Um, how does she look as she triples?
She's gonna get a little lankier, and her fingers are gonna get longer and really like claw-like fingernails.
Amazing.
Nice.
I love it. I love it. So yeah, you're able to slip that in, and Mason Tucci just starts to sew it back up. He's done the XL treatment to, to the gray bard's trousers, and he is very satisfied with his work. And it's all sewn up. And essentially, he just hangs it back up. That was the only alteration that he was set to do. The assistant literally only just left. He really didn't tell her, "Oh, don't worry, it'll take 2 minutes." He's like, "Nah, come back at 4." Um, so yeah, but we will leave you two, and we'll go back to the kitchen. Who would like to
Nice.
begin?
So, we I want to find a whole bunch of um, spices
Okay.
and start filling everything with, just like the flour has been spread about. I want spices because I want him nasally drooping. I want him crying because of how secretly spicy his food is. So
Amazing. Yeah.
Mickey
Yeah.
gives a little wave to and then goes about uh,
Oh
searching
my
for
god.
spices.
And you seem 5 times taller than the last time you saw him when he
Yeah,
when he wandered
basically.
into a pantry.
That's so good. So yeah, we'll say some time has passed in this whole experience. So the kitchen crew have started they're starting to get the semblance of like plates and plating, and they have a separate table for those with any type of intolerance. So you go and you don't know exactly which one the bard is, but you're about to ruin everyone who has an allergies day.
Okay.
So this is a pretty easy task. So give us a one success to just add a bit of spice.
That's a 1, a 4, and a 6. So I over succeed.
You do!
Ooh.
Yay! Okay, so
You were so excited. I love
because
it.
it's only happened once before. So you with you've got like a 5 foot wingspan at the moment. You scoop up basically everything you could carry, and you flunk it into all of these place settings for the allergy table. And I think not only do you nail the bard's bowl, you get the owner of the theater, you get the chef's meal as well because she will be dining in the gala. And just like someone that you just don't like as well. You get multiple people that you'd have disdain for. But as you make this deposit into the bowl, I'm so sorry, a plume of spice just kind of puffs up, and someone who was coming around to maybe do one of the plating or start putting name cards sneezes, and as they sneeze through this cloud, it parts and they see you in all your glory. And they're so confused and utterly terrified at this 5 foot, 5 or 8 foot mushroom lad, and they just and unfortunately they did sneeze on you, which is I guess a bit of insult to injury. um and
I
they
I
look at
briefly point at the pile of mushrooms that are on the floor and then just say, "I'm gonna cut you," as they
this
run off and I shrink down to 3 feet tall.
this man books it, and the revolver, like the door's just swinging wildly behind him. He throws his apron off, and he is just out of there. Yeah, and you feel yourself kind of shrink down as you go back down a level. That was beautiful. Um, as that's happening, Zach, I think your rat friend. He's come back a few times now. He'll like wiggle in and he'll just trot out, and he's been just depositing flour everywhere. There's tiny little footprints leading to almost every serving area of this kitchen. Um, and he kind of comes back in, he plops himself. He's like, "All right, boss. I think we're good." Oh wait, no. Ah, yeah, I think we're good.
I think Wayra in chat dubbed him Cocaine Rat.
Yeah,
Um,
Hedonistic
the
cocaine rat.
cocaine.
yeah,
Yes.
and okay, very good little friend. And I hand him all the little things I plucked off of the traps. I kind of lay them out for him.
Oh, this is the
Um,
good shit. Yeah.
I think this one is Brie.
Oh.
And then there's one more two-part thing I want to do in the
Yeah.
kitchen. And then I think I'm done in the kitchen because we've already. This man is going to be in such gastrointestinal distress now for the gluten intolerance and the spice overload. So I think we're good
Let's
on
also
that.
point
But
though, on one hand, he has at least cleared his bowels today.
That is true. He's had one solid
yeah,
BM. Maybe not.
well,
but-
yeah. Um, but yeah, seeing all the stuff that they're prepping and cooking in this kitchen, now he's kind of less focused on the bard himself. But okay, I want to do while like the rat's doing his thing and Mickey's doing all his stuff. I want to keep an eye on the head chef,
Mhm.
and when she ends up, if she ducks into like a pantry, a closet, if she ducks out of the kitchen into whatever their equivalent of a walk-in, freezer
Yeah.
is or something, I want to just like kind of wait until she's alone. I want to get her alone.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll say that she goes to. Yeah, they have some. They have the equivalent of a freezer. Maybe like there's some
Yeah.
enchantments of ice and such. So yeah, she
Yeah.
she pops in, and she's like angrily kind of searching for, I guess, the reserve mushrooms. We'll say.
Good. Okay. So I wanna use my level 3 power,
Ooh.
which is the ring of power. So
Ooh.
it's gonna create a mushroom ring that traps her, that traps anyone who steps inside. So I wanna like
Oh wow.
kind of like see
Oh
where,
my
where she's
god.
gonna go and then trap her in a mushroom ring somewhere, somewhere
Hell yeah.
away from the rest of
Secluded.
the kitchen staff so that they're
Smart.
leaderless for a while.
Smart. Smart.
Okay. So I need
All right.
2 successes
Yeah.
on 3 dice.
Pretty good.
Oh, I got 3 successes. 5, 5, 4.
Excellent.
Wow.
Ah. See, he was late bloomer. That's okay. Yeah. So yeah, she is in and she's just mothering mushrooms with the fucking mushrooms, and she just looks down to see mushrooms bubbling up from the floor around her. And do you? This would be a great opportunity for a one-liner if you want to deliver one about mushrooms. You don't actually need
Uh,
to.
he's not exactly the mushroom or the
That's the
one-liner type.
one-liner type.
That's more Mickey's purview, I think.
So she sees them bubbling up and it starts in front of her, and she just like slowly turns and watches them encircle her. And as she turns about, she looks up and she sees you fully in your what, 8 foot 5 foot
I'm only
glorious moment.
5, yeah, I'm 5 feet now.
Still pretty
Uh,
fucking weird to see in your
yeah,
walk-in.
Yeah.
a
Uh,
tree. Yeah,
a
just like a
tree.
and I think she sees me right as I'm like closing the door to like not trap her in there. She's trapped
Basically.
by the mushroom circle, but to make sure
Mhm.
nobody passing by sees it. So he's just like slowly closing the door and she just like locks eyes.
She locks eyes, and I think she screams in French. Um
Screams in French.
and
Mon
she,
Dieu.
oh, sacre bleu, mon dieu, tabernacle, yeah. Um,
Did you just yo tabernacle?
yeah. So did she. um, and I think it does cause like part of the food that is being stored up there to kind of cascade off. She still can't exit, but there is a bit of a ruckus because you were noticed. So there might be a few people that are like, "What the fuck
Mhm.
was that?" But yeah, she is very soundly trapped. 1 in the freezer and 2 in the ring. Beautiful.
Okay, so then I shrink. I'm still gonna try to do the second part of what I wanted to do because I can still technically potentially succeed.
Yeah.
So now that she's trapped in there, I want to go back to the kitchen, the main kitchen area where everybody's prepping food and whatnot, plating things. And I want to try to mimic her voice to
Ooh.
tell every member of the kitchen staff to grab one vegetable, like an onion or a potato or something, and go outside and plant it in some soil somewhere.
Amazing. That is beautiful. So mimicking someone's voice is a medium task, so it'll take 2 successes.
Right. And so I've got 2 dice here. I'm gonna give it a try.
Come on, double sixes.
1 success, a 1 and a 5.
Do you have any luck?
No,
Okay. All right.
I
So
used
yeah,
it all and
that's
failed continuously that one time.
but you got big and now you've done some cool stuff. Um yeah, I think you kind of start to and then you don't get the accent right, but you try to project and the people just don't seem to hear you. You're kind of like a ghost. We'll say that maybe one person just kind of like picks up a carrot and they look at it and they're like, "Oh, this was a root once." And then they go back to what they were doing.
Fair.
Beautiful. All
All
right.
right, so I stay level 2 now and I get 1 luck, right? That's what
Yes, yes.
that
Since you failed, you
that's how
get a
that
luck.
worked out. Okay.
Excellent. Yeah.
Mickey approaches and we says, "Look, I heard them talking about a special meeting he's supposed to have with someone that's important. I want to go mess with that next."
Good. And then we should make our way over to whatever this theater is that they're opening.
I
Beautiful. Excellent. All right, so plans laid. We flip back up to the majestic hotel room of the Grey Bard, where he has just shat himself in the bath. Tegan, what is you have a name? Wait, do you have a name?
Yeah.
Carly.
Kali.
Not Carly.
Not Carly. Kali. What is Kali up to?
Well, she's currently hiding out of the bed behind the bed,
Hmm.
kind of. Now that she's shrunk a bit, she's actually going to squeeze in under it,
Cool, cool, cool.
to see what he does next.
Yeah, so he gets out of the bed, he cleans himself up. I do think usually he would get some sort of servant or staff in to help, but he's a little too ashamed at the moment. So he's starts donning his undergear as he is waiting for the outfit of his to arrive, the augmented outfit. But he goes out into the room. He's got his undershirt on. He's getting ready. He starts preparing his pre-show ritual. So, and part of it, you see him go into a bag and he pulls out like a vial. And the vial, he takes one of the cups in the room, he mixes up just a handful of different things. This thing smells disgusting and it's almost kind of viscous. But it looks like he intends to drink this before going down and doing the show essentially. And I feel like he goes to the lute just to like caress it and stroke it, and immediately it's just like, what what is and as he notices that the 2 pins that you've removed are gone, he's like, and he's like almost too enraged to speak because this is his baby, this is his loot, the loot that he if you watch the session 0, the loot that he fucks.
So
It's surmised. It's not
while he's
confirmed.
while he's turned away and he's looking at the loot, I creep out from behind the bed and I go over to like the opening of the doorway so I can get a nice run up, and I get real tight, like hunch over, and I decide to do a like really quick pitter patter run and hide behind the curtains, like tick, 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 behind his back, and like skitter behind his back and hide behind the curtain.
He kind of whips around. He's like, they must have rats. They must have rats in this place, and they've. And he's trying to think of like who touched the loot. or if rats could somehow do this. He's like, they must have a vermin problem. This is unacceptable. And I think he would slam the loot case shut, lock it, pick it up, and go out into the hall to find the concierge and complain. And I feel like he's wearing like the equivalent of like long underwear with like the little the fold down
The butt flap.
the butt
Yeah.
flap.
Yeah.
And like a wife beater t-shirt. Because he's just so incensed by the fact that
And I'm
there
gonna
could be a vermin
okay, and
infestation
I'm
here.
gonna like creep behind him, not
Okay,
touching him, but creep behind him. So I'm not actually messing with him, but I'm still invisible behind him, and I'm
excellent.
eyeing off those buttons and waiting for the moment.
Would you like to do anything? So he gets
I want the moment to be. I want the moment to be
better. That's fair.
perfect.
So
Yeah,
yeah, he
'cause
yeah.
humiliation has to happen.
Cute. So yeah, he gets to the main foyer and the lobby, and he beelines it to the desk, and he's like, I was told this establishment was high class, something suitable for the likes of me. Why do I have vermin in my room, tampering with my loot, and making horrific like, you should see my door. There's scratch marks that are like 5 feet high. I don't even want to know what kind of rat made that. You need to sort it out. And he's just like fully Karen on this concierge.
Is he like yelling? Like, is it
Full on.
grabbing attention?
Yeah, I would say.
Like any other people in there are now looking, kind of thing.
Mhm.
That's the moment
Partially,
I want to.
yeah, I was gonna say partially because he is the Grey Bard, but the other half is he's making a scene and throwing a little tantrum.
Butt flaps open, and as the butt flaps open, I want to make a loud like fart noise.
I love this.
Oh my god! Again, undoing buttons is a pretty easy task. So one success.
Yeah, but I've got like 3 dice that I can
Yeah, what
focus
level
on.
are you? 3 or 4? Oh yeah, because you're strong, so you're
3.
3.
I got 5, 6, and a 2.
2 successes. You over succeed, my friend. Beautiful.
Both yes and no.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you successfully. I feel like. Do you want to cut the buttons with your sharp things, or do you want to actually
Yeah.
like undo them? Okay.
So they roll off with a plink, plink, plink.
Yeah, they land and they kind of ding, 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 ding. And I think it's the fart noise that is your downfall. Not your downfall, you
Yeah.
know, is your
Yeah.
over exaggeration into it, right? So you do that, and he feels a cool breeze on his bottom, and the flap falls open, and most people, I'm gonna say, are zoned in on that ass because it's a great word, you know.
Zoned in.
But
It's the people's ass.
that's the people's ass. But you let rip this gnarly fart sound, and there,
It's wet.
ooh, there's there's a man and a woman that have been like kind of lingering in the lobby, and you saw them light up when the gray bard came down. And as they were staring at him as he was like yelling. You make the horrific fart noise, and the woman is staring at him, but the man that's with her like sees you, I think. And do you want to have the boo happen?
Yeah, the kind of thing. But of course, yeah, it's the long, like Samara-esque hair with the black robe, the claws, and but I look at him, and because I'm not particularly annoyed with him, but he's not going to know this
Mhm.
because obviously I've got that big ass grin. I just smile at him pleasantly.
You're
Yeah,
like, I did a
but
good thing.
but the thing is, it's this wide mouth with
Yeah.
fangs that are open and just.
He shrieks. He's like, "Oh my goodness! Oh God!" And he shrieks, but the girl beside him, she's like, "Oh my God! You need to look at this." And he's like, "It's scary! Oh my God!" And she's looking at us. He's looking at you, and it's bad. But
And
yeah,
then I
you
shrink and I
down.
like bounce off into the shadows somewhere.
You skitter patter away, and I think it takes the bard a moment to kind of realize the second ass related offense that you have committed against this man.
Oh man.
He immediately like pulls up the butt flap, holds it against him, and he's like, "I want the rats dealt with. And then he like kind of uh, goes back up the stairs, kind of trying to keep not too much on display. Beautiful.
He's got one hand holding the butt flap, the other trying to hold his loot.
Yeah, because he was gonna show, and then he was like, and he runs away. Beautiful. I think. Yeah.
I decide to try and reconvene with the kitchen boys.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I think you find them exiting the kitchen right as you were going up to that. So you three have met. We will flip to the tailor's shop. With Moth Tilda and Tanza Bilbadub. What are you guys doing? You've successfully tampered with the outfit, and you see the assistant bard walking away.
I guess we should introduce ourselves to each other.
I know why you want to do this. That's why I laughed. Sorry. As soon as I thought of the repercussions, I'm like, okay, you're asking for it. All right, cool. Well, you suggested it, so go for it.
She's okay. So Mathilda is going to she doesn't really walk. She just kind of floats over with her wings just fluttering her just above the ground over to him, and she's gonna go, "So why do you want to fuck with the bard?"
It looks like he's smiling, like he's happy about this, but really, it's because as soon as he opens his mouth, he can't help but look like he's smiling. But yeah, he wrote a song with my name in it, made it very popular, and chose to say my name wrong. Chose to.
She's gonna be like slightly not like fully paying attention. She's just gonna be staring at something, and as he says that, she's just gonna, "What's your name?"
If I tell you, you better never get it wrong. It is
"Sure."
Tanzabilbadub. Say it, so I know you got it.
Tanzabilbadub.
Yes. Good job. Now the smile's real.
she's
I'm sorry. Clearly, we work in the narrator space, and all I heard was
My
"say it,"
name.
and my immediate brain
Say
went,
it.
Say
"Yes,
it.
Daddy."
Oh my god.
Getting a
The
free
space we
show over
work in.
here.
Well, it goes two ways. It's that or say it out loud.
Out
That's
Vampire.
better.
She's
Oh my god.
okay. So now, having heard that, Matilda is just gonna wait. The song. The song.
Yes.
And she's just gonna, and her eye just starts twitching. What did he sing it wrong as? Tanza Bilbo?
Bilbo
No, I think it
Bub.
was Tanza
Bilbo Bub?
Bilbadubadub.
Bilbo Bub. Bilbo
Bilbo Bub.
Dub.
Bilbadubadub.
Bilbo Dub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Badub.
Tanza Bilbadub? And she's just like,
The eyes twitching.
and then she's just gonna I'm so sorry. I understand. She's just gonna be sitting there just like,
he still looks like he's smiling at you, and he's just like, I'm not very familiar with your kind, but is this look normal?
yes and no.
I like your teeth.
I like yours as well.
Oh,
Oh, they're tooth fairies.
that's right. That's exactly what I thought.
Beautiful.
Oh, it's so funny.
So yeah, I think some time passes. Do you guys chill in the shop, or do you follow the assistant bard?
I personally am staying with the garment.
Okay. Yeah, you guys hang out in the shop. Some time passes. You catch up. Like any other mischief that you want to create regarding other people's things, you're more than welcome to. Um, or if you want to fuck with the other garment a bit more. But yeah, time passes, and eventually the assistant bard comes back to gather the garment. Um, she kind of comes back in. The flute chimes from the enchanted door, and Mason Tooch is like,
Mhm.
"Hello, welcome back." And she's like, "I've got the ticket. Is everything ready for the Grey Bard?" And it's like, "Yes, oh, it was very close. I only just finished. Yeah, it's ready to go." And she's like, "Oh, okay, thank God." And she checks her watch. We're gonna say she has a watch. We're gonna say there's fantasy watches. That's fine.
Sure.
Um,
I mean, we have mystical creatures, so fantasy watch isn't that far out of the
eh,
realm of possibility.
yeah, and like you guys can fuck with watches. Like that's a written
Yeah,
thing in the
there
text,
you go.
so it exists. Um, and she checks her watch. She's like, "Okay, I've got about a half hour before the dinner starts. Should be enough for him to get ready and get back." Okay. And she scoops up the garment and she begins to head out.
All right. I am gonna mess with the watch, but not right now.
Okay.
Eventually, when we get a little further down, I will adjust the time on that thing if I can. But
Okay.
I'll wait. I'll wait till the time.
All right. You let me know when you want to do that. So do you
Okay.
guys follow her out of the thing?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
As she's walking, she's got the pack, and she is making a beeline to the hotel, and gets back, and she runs it directly up to his room. As you guys enter the lobby, you see the other three folk have kind of congregated as she heads up the stairs, and you guys can do what you like.
Uh, we're back at the hotel.
Mhm.
I want to use my rumor mill ability.
Oh, okay. What's that do?
It allows me to start a rumor that anyone who hears it believes it to be true.
Amazing. Okay.
So I am going to whisper in. Well, how, hmm. I could whisper and make them pass it around, or I could scream it really loud because it doesn't matter how they hear it. If they hear it, they
That's
believe it.
true. It does not need to
So
be subtle.
yeah, I might make an announcement in the most crowded space. Doesn't have to be like the main room, wherever there's a lot of congregated people.
Yeah,
And
we'll say
I
that the
go ahead.
lobby has got the group that's
Okay, the lobby.
collected from I can't remember Tegan's name. It's not Carla. No, it's
Carly.
Kali. Thank you. Um that
Right, Ollie.
Kali did when she caused that ruckus. So there's still a good amount of people there.
Okay. The rumor I'm going to start is that the bard stole his song from his assistant.
Ooh, I like that. All right.
So I'm level 3, so I have
Mhm.
3d6.
And you need two
Right?
successes to do this.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's see if I can finally get two good rolls.
And you said you didn't care about propping her up after tearing them down. This
Yeah.
is really gonna if this goes well, this is really
Character
gonna
growth.
do well
We'll
for
Yeah.
her.
see. We'll see. All right. The first roll is a 4, so that's a
Okay. One
success.
success.
I got a 3 on my second.
Oh, you need one. Need
Yep.
one
So
more.
here we go. 4. Oh my god.
Hey,
Yay!
two successes.
Yes. All
Excellent.
right.
So yeah, you kind of do you want it to be subtle or do you want to screech it? It doesn't actually impact anything. It's just taste. What do you feel?
I want it to almost sound like s- just like someone yelling in the crowd. Like he stole his songs from his assistant. And then
Yeah.
it's a completely random voice, not his. It's just a casual voice, so it wouldn't scare people. It would just be something that people would start to look over towards, like, what was that? But they
Yeah.
all heard it.
Excellent. Yeah, because
And
you didn't over succeed, so it
yeah.
worked exactly as you're wanting. And I'll say the two people who were like laser locked on the bard
His
when he
ass.
came down, his ass. Um the man turns to him and he's like, Bethany, I think that the bard might have stolen his song from that little bard over there. And she's like, oh my god, Bruce, I think you're like right. That's like not cool, right? And he's like, no, I don't think that's cool at all. That's not cool. She's like, but he's also like still kind of really hot. But like that's not cool. And it kind the rumor mill kind of starts, and I'll say that Bethany takes out the equivalent of like a sending stone and goes to like fantasy Twitter, and she's like, oh my god. I think that they like kind of stole it from this like really cute mini bard, and like she's like really talented, and she sends it to her fan base.
That's
She runs a gray bard fan account. So
Nice.
the rumor spreads pretty quick.
Good.
Excellent. But yeah, I think you level up from that as you
Okay.
succeed and you kind of grow.
I'm 8 feet tall now.
You're fucking 8 feet tall now. Yeah,
Yeah.
terrifying.
Epic.
I think he's gonna grow arms.
Ooh,
Yeah.
terrifying.
Yeah. He's
about
8
time.
feet. He's got to have some reach out now.
It's time for
so-
arms.
Yeah, it's about that right. That height.
Yeah. So the five of you, you watch this happen, and you kind of like clock tens of bilbadubs intense with all this.
I'm so glad I make you say it.
I got it written down. I should have put it on a sticky note, but I just have to tab out. It's fine. Yeah. What do you guys do? The assistant is currently taking his apparel up to his room. It's up to you guys.
Mickey reminded me that the bard is supposed to meet with someone very important tonight. I don't know who or when or where.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah.
Well, I know that his assistant wants to go and spend some time with her girlfriend. So we could steal her notes, and from her timekeeping notes. I don't think she knows what journals
know
or
what
diary
that
is.
Yeah.
we could forge a note from him telling her she has the night off to visit her lover, and then steal her notes of whatever
And
they
find out where
are.
he's going to be.
Yes.
Oh, I can find out where he is. Can I use my level 2 ability called You Can't Hide, and it allows me to discern the exact location of a person or object I've seen before?
Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. You can't hide. Yeah, okay. You need one success to do this right now. Yeah.
It's a 5 and a 6. I over succeeded.
Over succeeded. Okay, yeah. So I think you like pierce the veil, and you like are looking so deep into the hunters, like the fields of Asphodel. I don't know. Like you and I swear to God, he's looking in the mirror. You realize he's in his dressing room. You kind of get a vision of the area. He is finishing buttoning up his garment. He hasn't put the pants on yet.
God, please on yet.
And like your image reflects back to him in the mirror. And he nearly shits himself again. Because this is the second time seeing your face in this bathroom.
Escapes out.
It's a good thing you didn't have the pants on. And you know that you've been clocked, and you kind of shrink back down in size. But yeah, you know he is currently in his room. As is you caught the assistant. She's respectfully waiting outside.
Yeah. Where are her notes though? Because that's what I was trying to discern.
Oh, that's
where
what. Okay.
her notes were. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking where he was. But yeah, I'll say with an over success, you clock that her little book that she was writing everything in is sitting on the bed that she tossed the garment bag to. So her book and him are all in the suite right now.
Okay. So I'm able to tell them it's up in his room. she's got it on the bed. So if we could write a note and slip it in.
Yes, sure.
All right. So yeah, if you guys want to do
Let's
anything, I'll
go.
say we get up to the room. We'll say that if you guys let me know what works better. Do you want her to be in the room or do you want her to be exiting the room for your plan? Because you can wait until either of those things happen.
Well, I was thinking that we would forge a note and leave it in her room for her to find.
I like that.
But yeah, because he wouldn't be like shoving a note into her notebook or something
Mhm.
to her. Like, yeah, like let's go. I'm gonna like you do whatever you want to do with her notes for him, Tegan, and I'll go and try to forge a note from him to her, telling her she has the rest of the night off.
Nice. All right. So
I
Zach,
think
yeah.
I think I'll still stay with Zach because it doesn't make sense to try and steal her book from his room because all she'll do is panic because she can't find the book. So it's
Mhm.
better to wait for that.
Sure.
Good call. The others, are you guys tagging along with that?
Yeah.
Nice,
Yep.
nice.
We
All
got
right,
it. So that
Zach.
makes sense. We'll wait for her to leave his place for her room,
Mhm.
because then when she just leaves, then we just have free access to her notes.
There you go. All right. So yeah, she heads out. You can tell that she went and got herself like dressed up for tonight. And yeah, her hair is kind of done, and she's looking a lot better. She spent some of the time while the thing was at the tailor getting prepared herself. Um, and she goes to her room. Zach, I'm going to get you to roll a medium task to try and forge someone's handwriting
Okay.
to write this note. So you need 2 successes.
All right. I have 2 dice.
There you go.
A 6 and a 2.
Okay.
So I'm gonna spend 1 luck to try to get that 2 into
Yeah.
another success.
I believe in you.
You got this.
Rerolled a 2.
God damn it.
No.
No! God damn it!
So you start the note and you get a really good like and then it kind of goes a bit off the rails. Like you kind of lose confidence in your forgeability and you're like,
Because none of us know her name.
Yeah.
that's a good
Also,
point.
yeah. Also, his
To be
hand
fair,
is
the
a
bard might
twig,
not either.
so it's not really writing that well. It's like very scribbly and scratchy.
That's right. The Sarah Dawn.
Wow, that's wild. This woman's name is Sarah. Yeah, it has been the whole time. No. Would anyone else like to try and either? Oh, we lost Zach's camera.
No, he's good.
No.
Oh, well,
Oh, it did lose. It did drop on the
On the stream.
stream
On the
for a
Oh,
second.
stream.
you're back. Okay, nice. It just took
Yay.
time. Beautiful. Would anyone else like to either try and do the same forge, or do you have other plans? What's the?
I'm trying to think if any of my skills would work for this in some way.
So I have a question about my skills.
Yeah,
How long do the magics last?
I think it could be situational. What are you thinking?
Because level 2 zip it is mute or unmute someone you can see.
Oh, that's
Like,
awesome.
how long can I have him muted for?
That's fucked. I'm gonna say until you mute someone else.
Okay.
Ooh.
Then
That's
while
wild.
he's not saying anything at all, while everything's nice and quiet, I would like to attempt to mute him.
All right, I fucking love it. All right, so you sneak into the room. You're basically a ghost, so you don't really have to do anything to do that. I think he's dressed at this point. You can tell he's kind of readjusting things uncomfortably. But he's also checking himself out in the mirror, appreciating the special XL work that's been done. Yeah, and you
He
can.
got his foot through the pant leg.
Oh, true. So yeah, Mickey walks in and he's got the one pant leg on, and he's just like hopping around on one leg trying to get the other one through, and he's kind of bonking into like the edges of doors, and he kind of flops onto the bed and he's trying to just do that. And as you see him, he's like muttering, and you can either catch a beat where he's not talking or zip him up right as he's trying to curse. But yeah, make your roll. You need 1 success.
That's a 5 and a 1, so that is the success.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
So just as he's about to curse, just just everything goes quiet.
Yep,
Oh,
someone
that's
just
so good.
literally the
Yes.
mute button from fucking Click.
Wow,
Amazing.
yeah.
So yeah, as you do that, you grow again. You level up. Um, and he is silent. It's beautiful. And he's just working to get his foot through. And I don't know if he realizes exactly that he can't. Like he's confused, but there's nothing he can do. And he's kind of like grabbing at his throat, and eventually I think he just lets the pant leg go. So he's got one up and the other one's just kind of trailing behind. And he goes and he picks up that concoction that he had been working on, his like pre-show ritual drink, and he downs that, and then he tries to like and he still can't say anything, and he just like beats his hands in frustration. And I think he just goes and gets a pair of scissors to just cut off the pant leg that's been pissing him off. And he pulls it up, and it's now uneven. One is higher than the other, and he yanks it up, and in his frustration, he definitely gets poked.
Oh,
Ah.
that's good.
And you would hear a yo, but no.
Everything's fine.
Beautiful. So as that is happening, the assistant bard, she goes out of the room and she goes to hers, and she's going to do the final like swap into a dress maybe for the thing, or like a more fancy gilded outfit for hers. And she finds, oh wait, sorry, that didn't go well. Hold on, does anyone else want to try the forgery thing, or any other plans for that as
Well,
she goes into her room?
I'm with Zach, so
Mhm.
I will attempt it.
All right. Let's see. So yeah, you also need 2 successes to forge.
Okay, I'm a level 2. I got 4 and 6. I
Hey.
oversucceed.
Success. No, you
Woo!
you needed to, you
Oh.
got to. That is
Sweet.
awesome. So yeah, you see Zach, you see right the and you're like, yeah. And then kind of peter off, and you're like, okay, here, give it here. We'll work together on this. And you realize you don't know her name, and you're like,
He
And then I
probably
realize
doesn't either.
he
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
yeah,
valid.
he doesn't use her name anyway. And so I'm like, make it bitchy. He's serving cunty.
yeah.
Don't need your assistance. Have night off. Bye. Whatever.
And she looks at it, and her eyes kind of like go big for a second, and she's having a bit of a hard time believing it, but she also just really wants to have the night off so she can go see her girlfriend for the first time in months.
Mm.
And she folds it up, she tucks it, she tosses her bag on the bed, she grabs her instrument, and she leaves. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful.
I grab a little journal diary and I'm like, hey, I forgot about this earlier, but yeah, his lute strings are also made of like people. Like with a capital
People?
P. Our people.
Oh.
People? Human
Our people.
people?
No, our people. The capital P, not the like lowercase P.
How?
I don't know. What parts of you could be made into lute strings?
Well, what can you find out from the notes?
Open the book.
Are we all together?
Yeah, you guys could be.
Okay.
If Mickey wanted to make his way back, that's up to you. But yeah, you're welcome to be there.
My guy's gonna get a little smile on his face and just ask, could you see if his name is in that book anywhere?
Ooh. Okay. I'm going to roll a die, and
right.
its outcome will decide if his full true name is in there, or if she uses like fucking dickhead boss instead.
Right. Because I'm
Um,
worried the guy might use a stage name, so she
mhm.
might know his real name.
That's true, because you only know him as the Gray Bard, so you got to
Right.
assume he's got some kind of name, right?
Yeah.
So Rhodey, evens or odds? What do you want to get an
Evens. I'll
actual
go with
name?
evens.
Okay. shall see. Oh, it's on the floor. We're gonna count it.
Mm.
2 evens it is.
Hey!
Alrighty. Okay.
Evens never do me wrong.
Yeah. So you flip through and you see. You know what? It's probably just like tucked in the equivalent of like a little passport.
Mm.
In this time because she booked the rooms and they've been traveling all around and she's been keeping all these special documents. So you see her full name and you see his full name. And his full name is Cornelius Gray.
Nice.
I
Of
pointed,
course
I,
it is.
point, I pointed out for Tanza Dilbadub.
Nice.
Tanzabilbadub.
You forgot.
You said it wrong.
You've
Look,
provoked his
I'm
ire.
also simultaneously trying to saying Cornelius Gray, so I don't.
What's her real name too?
Her real
If I found
name
both.
is Cecilia Snowden.
Okay.
Yeah. Excellent.
Alright.
But so you look through, you find the names. Are you guys looking for anything specific in the book?
What his actual plans are, so we can fuck them up.
All right, so you see a rough itinerary drawn up, and it's got red
Oh, and
carpet.
the important person he's meeting.
Yeah, red carpet at 5, dinner at 7, and show at 9. And you see, kind of hastily scratched in above red carpet, it says "Meet with Wilfred Pine" on red carpet. And I think Wilfred Pine, I think you guys have heard before, and you think back to the outside of this grand hotel, and it's like the Pine Baron. It's named after this man. So he seems to be a pretty wealthy big shot. Yeah. So
Hotelier.
that's kind of the premise of it's meet Wilfred Pine on red carpet, attend dinner, do performance.
Have you finished with the notes?
I hand him the book.
Um, and so he's got this sheath of papers, and he's just like with the wheat, he just this image flash in his mind of trees being chopped down into logs and pulped and turned into paper. And I have no idea if I can do this, but he wants to kind of like grab all the paper to himself and see if he can use any kind of elemental magic to reincorporate the paper into his woody body.
Okay.
Aw.
I love that.
That's sweet.
Yeah. I think let's see. Is there anything elementally that can help? Otherwise, I think you can just eat it.
That's a good
I
point.
don't know if that's insult or injury, but
Yeah.
yeah, there's not anything too much. I don't think it's too magical. I just think you'd like return. Ow.
Okay. Do you want me to roll anything for it? It's still interacting with material things in the world.
That's true. If you'd like to do like a thing to see if you can up or down anything, by all means. But I'm not gonna make you. Like this is a if you'd like to, you are more than welcome to. It'll be a 1 success.
Yeah, I mean, I want to. Let's try.
Yeah, 1 success.
A 3.
So, well, you get a point of luck as you try
Silver
to
lining.
reabsorb your fallen brethren.
Yeah. I think he's like, because of his size, he's got like a kind of a burrow, like in the general shape of a mouth, but it's not an actual mouth. So he's like trying to shove it in there, but it's just sort of like falling back down.
Oh,
Aw.
poor boy.
It's like a tear falls down his face.
That's sap, excuse me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you guys can, you know his general schedule. You've kind of laid plans for different aspects of this, but you know that the red carpet is the next imminent thing.
I really want to succeed in one more thing before we move on.
Okay.
By all
Figure
means.
out something.
I do want to though, because Kali, mentioned it to me. I think the last thing that I would want to do is let's collect his loot strings, and we will return
Eat them.
them to nature. Yes, you can eat them if you'd like.
Well,
I
isn't that
have
what you would do?
discovered that I that doesn't exactly work for me. But if they are made from our folk, we can at least give them a proper burial. I
Oh.
can
Yes.
take one of them back to my home forest and lay it to rest there before we go to the red carpet.
So I'll say you guys have two of them from the work that Kali did, right? Because you undid two of the things. Did you take the strings with you, or did you leave them as an insult in the case?
I just left them as an insult and took the pegs. So I held up the 2 pegs, like, "Ee."
Mhm.
Yeah, you guys are aware from being in the room that his loot is currently like closed and locked. If you want to try and do anything with that, you're more than welcome.
I do. I want to use my Fool's Gold ability to
Okay.
fashion an exact replica of an object that I've seen before. Now, I've
Ooh,
not seen the loot. However,
true. You've seen the
I
case.
can see the case.
That is true.
So what I want to do is try to replicate the case and replace it and then take the real one with us. So he will open this case and his loot will not be there.
That's
So
vicious. I love it. Okay.
I might even think about giving the loot to his assistant. We'll
Ah,
see. I'm in a good mood right now.
nice. All right, so you're level 4, correct?
I am level 4.
Alrighty, so this will cost 2 successes. You're rolling 4
Yes.
dice.
Yes. So let's see how we do. A 2.
Okay.
A 2. Oh my gosh.
Come
Come on.
on.
A 2. Come on. Never
Uh,
mind.
I
A
mean,
5. That was the
it's
last one was
fine.
a 5.
Yeah.
Just want to see what it
So
was. Dang.
unfortunately, yeah, you go.
Wait. I have 1 luck, don't I? I
Do
do.
you? I mean,
I
you
do.
track it. So yeah, you can re-roll
Yeah.
one die.
I only have 1, but I have 1. All right. 3. Ah.
So close.
So close.
Yeah.
All right, never
So yeah,
mind.
you attempt to kind of conjure up. I feel like it's like almost searching through like a bag of holding. Like you reach into the depths of everything under that.
Mhm.
Um,
Under
and you try to pull out something, but unfortunately, you just can't grasp it and create it. Um, so yeah, you do fail. So take a luck.
Yep.
But yeah. So yeah, as you guys are kind of watching that attempt be made, he does waltz back out into the room. He is stressed because he can't fucking talk. Wild. His crotch hurts. His right ankle is cold. Uh, he goes and he gets, because he took off his boots because they were tied together, he's only got his short shoes left. So that ankle gap is gonna be visible. But
Oops.
he composes himself, he slicks his hair back, he quaffs his beard, and puts on a brave face as he picks up the loot. And he does look.
All right, I'm
Yeah.
going to interrupt.
Okay.
Now, I was waiting for you to get to this point.
Okay.
He picked up his loot. So
Mhm.
now I want to use disarming smile. And I
Oh, you
want him
bastard.
yes, this will make him drop whatever he is holding.
Oh my
So
god.
now that he has his loot in his
Yep.
hands, I want to see if he'll drop it. It's a level 2. I
Yeah.
only need 1 success and I have 4 dice.
Okay, yeah.
I'm really dying to get to level 5s to make this final thing I want to do easier. And right now
All
it's
right.
going to be really difficult. So let's see if I can pull
All
this
right.
off.
4 dice. You only need 1 success.
Yes. So
Yeah.
let's see. 3. Come on. 2. Why is it doing this to me? 6. Okay, good.
And the last one?
You
And the
have to
last
roll all of
one
them.
is a 4. Ah,
So that's 2 successes. So
Yep.
you do disarm you flash. How do you want to be seen by him?
Flash him.
Like what's under that sheet? We don't know.
I'm gonna. He's a silly looking character. Well, he's terrifying, but to be a little silly, he has arms now on this like thing, and so I want him to have a big shit-eating grin with his arms in the
Yeah.
air like a flailing
Wacky wave little
balloon
little
guy.
arms
Yeah,
and
exactly. Where he's just smiling, looking at him, waving his arms around as he shrinks down a little bit. It's-
amazing. It looks like you deflate partially.
yeah, and his arms will disappear because he's not that evolution anymore. So
Oh my god.
yeah.
So yeah. Whew, okay, so you're down to level 3 again.
Yeah.
And he like yelps and he drops the loot and it hits the ground and it's not a nice sound. like because it reverberates through the instrument. You're not sure if it's maybe broken in there or anything, but he just like and he picks up the lute, he puts it under an arm, and he just books
Hold
it
on.
out.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Okay, yeah.
Before he books it out. Well, okay. While Tanzabilba Dub over there is doing that, I
You
want
guys.
to take some soap from the bathroom, make a nice slippery spot
Oh
right in
my
front
god.
of him.
I love it, I love it. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty easy move, just rubbing soap on the ground.
Yeah.
Give us a 1 success. Let's see.
Okay, that's a 4.
That's good. So I think, are you level 2? You're currently level 2, right?
2. Yeah.
All right, so give us another d6 just to see if you over succeed. But either
Okay.
way, it happens.
That's another 4.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so yeah, you over succeed. And unfortunately, you do level back down.
And I'm little.
So you shrink back down. But yeah, you like are on the floor and you're rubbing this soap all along it. And I think he looks down and he sees a 3-foot fucking wasp. The vermin in this place is just incredible. Oh my god. And I do think so. He does slip on the soap because that was your intended thing. So
Yeah.
he goes to book it past you, and I think he just like, and he full on like 2 feet on the ground slams into the door, and it's like rocked for a minute, and then like kind of jostling the loot, he like grabs the door and pulls it open. He's like, and then he walks out. And his nose, maybe there's like a little trickle of blood as he got.
Oh.
No,
And he
this
makes
man will think twice before crossing us.
oh my god, yeah. Beautiful. So yeah, he cleans himself up and he is exiting the hotel, and there's I think it's on the outside of the so okay. It's fine. He exits the hotel, and you see him enter his large stretch carriage again.
With the
There's
broken step.
with the broken. Well, actually, the step he kind of fixed.
Oh, he didn't break.
The
Yeah,
step never
sorry.
broke. Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, no, it's all good. And he boards up, and you see him go a little distance, basically to another different, maybe only like a 2 to 3 minute trip in this carriage. So very extra. He really could have walked, but he's a great bard. Do you guys follow? I'm assuming maybe.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Is it? It's like it was like 2 to 3 minutes down the road, right? Could we like literally see it from the hotel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I will my level 1 thing, I haven't actually used it yet. It's
Oh
Sprout. I can
yeah.
just teleport to a location in sight. So I just like you just see him kind of like not shrink, but just sort of like ungrow, just like absorb into the ground and then just sprout up over there.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you see
Ungrow. I
him
like that.
way ahead.
The words are not wording today.
That's okay. I think most of you are a decent size. You could basically just walk along beside the carriage, or if you can hitch a ride, either way. But you see a crowd of people congregated at the end of this street, and you see a large, majestic building, domed roof, arches all around, but all made of like wood. Usually, this is kind of made of stone, but this is very beautifully carved and stained. And beyond the line there's like a crowd of people, there's a red carpet, an actual red carpet, and then a red carpet stairs leading up into this hall, this theater. And as the bard pulls up, he's preparing to walk out onto the red carpet, and you see the sign of the theater, and it's like the Grand Gray Bard, and it's named after him. This is in his honor that this has been built. And as the carriage is going up, people are going absolutely crazy. You see Bruce and Bethany And they're
I
like,
wasn't sure if I heard it right the first
yeah,
time.
it's
Brute.
TH.
I love it. Um, before he gets out of the carriage, since I teleported over there and
Mhm.
I'm like there maybe before he arrives, I want to go over and I want to try my level 2 ability again. I want to talk
Yeah,
to the horse, one of the horses drawing like pulling his
amazing.
carriage.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
right when they stop, but before he gets out. So all right,
Yeah,
so it's 2 dice for one trying for one
trying
success.
for one success.
The 3 and a 1, so I'm going to use a
Oh,
luck.
okay.
You can do it.
Try to get one more success or try to get one
One
success.
success.
Okay, a 6.
Hey, okay, so you get your success.
Uh
That's good.
so I want to talk to one of the horses, whichever one of the horses that looks the most like kind of antsy. Like maybe it's just like kind of shuffling its back feet just a little bit more than the
Yeah.
others. And I want to talk to it and be and say like, "You look like you've been holding it in for a while. I think now would be a fine time for you to have a shit."
I love it. So yeah, you go to the one, it's hitched on the left closest to the wagon. Um and I think you see him visibly tense when you start speaking to him. He's like, huh, huh, oh, oh, you're right. You're right.
He just
And then
relaxes.
he just chillaxes and
Oh, that's
plop,
so funny.
plop. I'm sorry this has been so shit themed. I'm not taking
There's been a
responsibility
lot
for
of
this one.
shit. No, this one's on me. That's
Yeah,
fine.
this
But
shit's on me.
yeah. And then
Yeah,
I
just
do want to just kind of like make sure that I kind of kick it over so that it's right in front of the step down from the carriage.
That's good.
And
amazing.
to aid that,
Yeah.
as Mickey is getting close enough to do this, he would like to use his level 3 P Super
What?
ability to create a thick fog centered on a spot you can see to
It's
make sure that he can't see the big pile of poop.
Nice.
it's actually called Pea Super.
Yeah.
P Super.
Wow. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay. I love that a lot. You need 2 successes to coalesce this mist underneath the carriage as he's about to step out.
Before he does, while Aaron's rolling this, um, would I be able to come around the other side, so the non-crowd side, red
Mm.
carpet side, and just tap on the door and use my level 1 boo ability and just be like, on the window to make him freak out as well?
So I think it applies when you've over
It
succeeded
only
the
applies?
last scene. I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Then
I'm
don't
sorry.
worry about it. No, that's fine. I thought I'd ask.
But I do love that. You just terrifying this man. Actual sleep paralysis demon. I love it.
Yeah.
What did Mickey get?
Mickey got a 6, a 5, and a 2, so he succeeded.
Nice.
There you
Excellent.
go.
So yeah, you like almost like exhale this cold and foggy vapor and it floods under the carriage. From like the crowd, it does look kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, it looks like a smoke machine, but it
Yeah.
does
Like really nice effect.
like it's
Yeah.
like, oh shit. But it does very nicely cloak the pile of shit right under his feet as he
Oh shit.
he
Well,
finally
do you want me to roll for getting the pile of shit from where the horse is to in front of the carriage?
I think you could moving it yourself is fine.
Alright.
Unless you would like
Okay.
to make a roll to
Just
like hedge bets and level up or down. You let me
I don't
know.
know,
But
man. It hasn't been going well, so
I was
we're
gonna
all
say
right.
your roll's been going great.
If you're gonna give this one to me, I'll take it.
okay, yeah. I'll say it happens. Because you could easily just pick up and move shit. He finally gets to
It's
do his
fertilizer,
grand
guys. It's fine.
exit. Yeah, it's nature. He does his grand exit. So he's put everything, he's preened, he's good. He still can't talk, which he's like concerned about. But what are you gonna do? You gotta make an appearance. And he steps out and he does this big flourish and he goes one onto the steps and then onto the poop. The
Waft
Perfect
of
sound effect
smell.
for that too.
Mhm.
and yeah, I think the smell does waft. And I did state he's wearing the short shoes. So I think there's just a little bit touching his ankle.
The bare
Alright.
exposed ankle,
Yeah.
Yeah.
his slutty ankle.
His
His
slutty
little
ankle.
slutty little ankle.
All right. At
It's,
this point,
I love the fact, the idea as well, that it has this kind of chill to it, and then it's warm.
Oh, yeah.
is it impossible for me to try to do my level 5 at a level 3?
Uh, so usually it's 3 successes when you're at that level. Since you're not, I'm
Right.
gonna add a success, so you do need 4,
And I only have 3 dice, so I can't
which
do it.
is
I
impossible.
think you specifically only gain access to it at those levels.
Mhm. Well,
Okay.
no, I think because technically you guys can cast each other's spells. It's just
I
more
mean, sure,
challenging.
true.
So I figured like
Yeah.
just scale up the difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you really want to like be big for your britches, you could try, and then you would level up too. Or
Right. And
yeah,
that's why I was trying to level up to 5 was so I'd have 5 dice to
yeah,
do it. But at level 4 I was like, well, I could still do it, and then I ended up over succeeding, so I got down to level 3.
it
Like, "Dang,
happens.
will it happen? Will it be possible? No. All right.
Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, the bard he steps squarely in shit, and he just he's a performer. He's good under pressure. You can tell he is screaming with rage. But the crowd just sees the smolder. You know, the the sexy gray bard has graced their presence, and he's moody today, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!" And Bethany's like, "Oh my god!" And like, and Bruce is like, "Oh my god, oh, this is
And now
good."
that he's in front of all of these people,
Yeah.
I will use my level 3 ability, Seeing Red, on the bard, which elicits a violent rage in a person you can see.
Oh
And I'm going to
dear.
make him lose his shit, if possible. If the
Yeah.
3... Oh, I need 2
Oh,
successes.
you need
Please
2
work, please work,
successes.
please work. No, I got 2 1s and a 3.
All right, we'll take a point of luck as you do fail.
I do want to try my level 3 as well.
All right, what's that?
Now that he's out. It's the rumor mill one.
Okay, more
So,
rumors. I like it.
yeah, more rumors. Now that he's at this thing and he
Mhm.
smells like poop,
Mhm.
uh I really want to start a rumor that he has a contagious rash that makes your skin smell like
Ass.
horse poop.
Feces.
And so specifically horse poop, and that if you can smell it, then you can catch it. So
Devious.
yes. So
Oh
uh
no, and Bethany's here with her fake Twitter.
No.
so I'm going to try that. I have to have 2 successes. I have 3 dice. So let's see if I can pull this off. I have a 1
Okay.
and a 2. No, dang, never mind.
Uh,
And a 4. Of course, I got 1 good one out of that. It's like, okay.
well, take a
But no,
point
so
of
it didn't
luck.
work.
You
Yep.
know, you
Wait,
kind of.
I still have a point of luck too. I'm
Oh,
gonna
you could
use
reroll one, yeah.
my 4. Ooh, so I got it.
Hey,
2
you
4s.
got it.
All right, sweet.
Yeah. All right,
Yes.
and it's not an over success, so yeah, you level up as you.
All right.
So
Okay,
your
good.
catty bits. You just spread so much gossip. Oh
So catty.
yeah, you go and
Yeah, so I spread the rumor that he has a contagious rash that he's hiding under his clothes, but it makes your skin smell like horse poop. And if you're close enough to smell it, then you can catch it.
my god, I love it. Um, I just because Bethany and Bruce are fun.
Yeah.
Um,
Proof.
Bethany's like, oh my god, like what is that smell? Oh no, do you don't think it's like him? Oh my god, like what if does he have like a thing? Is that like a spreadable thing? Ew! And Ruth is like, oh my god, that's very bad, but also like I would still kind of do it, you know?
Nothing deters them
Ruth is
at
damn
all.
bad.
That's
He's
really funny.
he's like, I think I could deal with that. And he's like, oh, Ruth, no.
Oh my god.
But yeah, no, that starts to take hold. Yeah, and yeah, does the crowd does kind of murmur and
Pass it on.
mm-hmm.
I just know he's supposed to meet with somebody later, so hopefully this will mess that up too.
Exactly. So almost as you're thinking that, a man, beautiful white suit, and he's got like a large white hat that's just way too tall for him. Like Doug's
Doug
Dimdale
Dimmadome. Doug
of
Dimmadome,
Doug'sdale
owner of
Dimmadome.
the
Dimmy
yeah.
I look over at Callie and I'm like, might want a new hat.
Oh,
It's not as good as my hat.
Oh, okay. Giant white hat.
And I
As
feel
this
like that
guy
would get me in
comes
trouble in some communities.
Uh,
a- as this guy comes into view, I'd like to attempt to use my level 4 ability.
ooh, hell yeah!
ooh.
All right, what is that?
So it is Manic Monday. I can swap the minds of 2 living creatures I can see.
Amazing.
Yes. And
Okay.
so I would like to swap uh, this dandy fellow's mind with the horses,
Yes.
Yes,
if I can.
please. 2 successes.
All right. I got 4 dice. Just need 2 successes. That's good odds. I've been doing well.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. And I don't have any luck. So that's a 6, a 2, 2, and a 1.
No.
I failed at
I
that.
wanted to see him as a horse so bad.
Me too. I really wanted the Grey Bard to go up to him and this guy blank him completely.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, well, mark
It's
yourself
okay.
a point of luck,
Mhm.
and you're still this level, so I could have. But yeah, you try, and I think like the guy just goes like walleye for a second, then he zones back in as it's almost swapped with the horse. Um, and he goes up to the bar and he's like, "All right, bud, this is all for you. You know, you're such an inspiration to me. You and your adventuring party really, you ushered us into this era of peace, and it's it just means everything to me. And I admire greatly what you can do in your performance and all that. And I know you're gonna make us proud tonight." And the bard, unable to talk, um, just like strikes a pose and nods very stoically. Um, and he puts his hand over his heart and he like just gestures like a thank you. And he goes, and we're just gonna call him Doug because we're stealing names at this. No, this is I have a name for him. Hold on, this is Mr. Pine. This is Wilfred Pine.
Wilford Brimley.
Wilfred Pine.
But his friends call him Doug. Doug
Yeah,
Pine.
Wilfred
Yes.
Doug Pine. He's a Douglas
funny.
fir.
Douglas fir. Yeah.
That's good.
He kind of cocks his head, and then the bard gestures. He's like, in the I'm saving my voice type way. And Doug's like, oh, the artists, they got their ways, and it's very, I appreciate you coming here tonight, and why don't you join us for dinner? The gal's about to start, and all this hullabaloo, and I just can't wait to hear your beautiful voice tonight. And he kind of scoops his arm around him and drags him up the stairs. And the bard is clearly like looking for someone, and he
Hmm.
does not find his assistant, whom he wants
Hmm.
to help him cure what the fuck is going on with him, because she would know what to do. She's a competent woman, but can't undo
It's
this.
magic. Yeah.
It's magic. I mean, there are magic users and such, but he's looking around and he is clearly pissed that she is not there. And they walk up the stairs,
Uh,
and yeah.
I wanna try to I wanna I wanna try to turn this Wilford Brimley against the Grey Bard. So I wanna see if I can like nudge, since he's got like he grabbed him. They're kind of it's like he's got his arm around him and stuff. I wanna see if I can like nudge the Grey Bard's hand to knock the guy's hat off of his head.
Amazing. I like that a lot. Okay. So, manipulating his hand. I'm going to say I would say maybe that's 2, just because it's his own hand, and to get
Yeah,
it to like
I
fully
imagine it's
complete
at
the
least
movement.
2.
Yeah, I'll say 2 successes.
Okay, I'm level 3, so 3 dice gives me a 6, a 6, and a 2. 2 successes exactly.
Hey! Yeah, you kinda are stalking up behind him,
I
and you
am
level
leveling
up.
up, yeah.
Thank you. And you grow, and it's almost as you grow, you kinda just get his little gross human hand, and you just do you wanna knock it up from the front so it falls back, or do you wanna walk it from behind so it falls forward?
I guess the front. Well, I'm imagining that their arms are kind of around each other's like backs,
Yeah.
but yeah, from the front would be good because if he's got his arm around his shoulder like that, I want to knock it up from the front so that Dale Dimmadome definitely knows that it's the Grey Bard's hand like knocking his hat off.
Amazing. So yeah, he sees the bard's hand just thunk the disrespect as the 3 foot tall hat. I'm gonna say it's ridiculous. Hit like tumbles. The tip of it hits the ground and kind of squanches in it a bit, and then it
The
tumbles down the
squanching.
stairs.
Yeah.
We're back to
It's a
squanching.
I love it.
squanching.
Yeah.
And it tumbles down the stairs, and like the equivalent of the press is like, oh. Um, and he just kind of stops, and he's like a short, stout man, we'll say, and he like full shoulder turn, doesn't move his neck, just shoulder turns to like look at the bard, and he's like, "Now, son, we do not mess with another man's hat where I come from."
Damn right.
Texas, apparently.
On that note, I'm
Everything's bigger
really,
in
really
Texas.
sorry.
Yeah,
I did say I did write in the comment,
all
but
good.
yeah, no, it's not your fault at all. They moved up the appointment, so
It's
I
all
do have to take
good.
my daughter to a dentist appointment. So I'm really, really sorry because
It's
I
okay.
wanted to see it out. Avenge my hat, people.
Is there any one last thing you want to do to the bard? We'll just say it happens to get your
Um,
satisfaction.
No, because I
That's okay.
wanted to get to my level of 5 ability where I can just completely devour a person within reaching distance, but
Holy
Okay.
cow!
We'll keep that in the back
yeah,
pocket.
All right.
But yeah. Thank you
so
so much, Tegan, for
it's always a
playing with
possibility.
us.
But no, thank you. I've really, really loved this. Have fun, guys. It's amazing. So,
Egan.
and Jill, you've done a fabulous job,
Oh,
by the
thank
way.
you. Thank you, thank
All
you.
right, well, have fun,
Okay.
guys. Let me know how it
Bye.
goes.
Bye.
Yes,
Bye,
we'll
Bye.
do.
Egan.
Bye. All right. I do not have an image. Well, I'll toss an image in for Tegan. Yes. So the hat tumbles off, and you see this exchange with the bard and with Wilfred. And the bard immediately, he's like, and he can't apologize. He can't produce any sound. So he like turns around and he crouches down to pick up the hat, and every pin and needle in his fucking groin
Ooh.
just finds very unfortunate purchase. And again, you would hear a yo, but you don't. Oh my god. And he kind of shoots back up, and he's kind of, I think he's just like, and he's like kind of pulling at his crotch. And Wilfred just kind of, he collects his own hat, he brushes it off, grumpily like puts it back on, and then he walks in alone to the
Mhm.
theater. And the bard kind of like looks at the people and then looks back and just kind of scuttles, like scuttles is the best term, scuttles into um the room for the gala where the dinner is about to begin. And I know I said it was in the hotel. It's not. It's here. I lied. Sorry.
It's here now.
It's here now.
It's just
The
down the street.
catering, it's fine.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just down the
yeah.
street. They're bringing it over.
On another parallel street, they were like fully bringing it over. So you walk in, and there's multiple um beautiful dinner displays set up. There's name cards everywhere, and we'll say that the food is already basically being dished out and placed. And the bard has a bit of trouble. What are you guys in there? What you?
Yeah, you said there's nameplates,
Yes,
so assigned seats.
assigned seats.
So I want to move the names.
Yeah. Okay.
So I want to find his name where his special seat should be
Hmm.
and swap it with someone who's seated right next to the kitchen door. So I want
Okay.
to put him way back in like the worst seat possible. And I want to bless whoever's got that really terrible seat with the best seat in the house, and just let him like feel extremely fortunate when this guy's, and he can't say anything about it. So
That is
we'll see what
true.
happens.
I will say, did the kitchen boys tell you of their ventures? Because the bard's currently got quite the dish coming to him.
Right,
We
but
probably
the
did.
name is why he's moving. So they have to feed
Oh,
him.
They'll
true.
still
It
they'll
would.
still
I
bring
guess
the
they
Yeah.
would
meal,
reference
sure.
the name. I was like, okay, that they put it on this table. No,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
can.
yeah.
Yeah, they sent it. Okay, yeah. So not only. Okay, wait. So let's roll a thing for that. That's a 1 success because that's a pretty
Okay.
easy like. Whoop, whoop.
Oh crap! And I realized I have 4 dice, so I gotta be.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Hopefully, my luck is how it usually is, where I only
If
get
you
one.
do you have any luck?
I don't right now.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
you can also use a luck to take away one of your dice. So if you
Yes.
only needed
Oh,
one
okay.
success and you rolled 2 successes, you
You
can
could take
spend a
them
luck to
out.
just remove one of those successes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, which
I
we
could have
haven't
done that
actually done
earlier
here.
then. That's cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right. So I roll a 2, a 4, so there is a success,
all right.
a 6, and a 5. I knew it.
Yeah, great success. Very great.
Excellent.
Yeah, you over succeed. So you go and it happens, right?
Yes.
But let's say that there were already some people at the table. You see Wilfred Doug Pine, and he's sat and his hat is kind of crumpled, a little bit dirty. You see a very frigid woman, both literally and figuratively, as the chef, who has been sitting in a freezer for the past however long
A
it's been,
while.
has been retrieved, and she's made it to this gala where she has curated everything and everything should be perfect, but she's like frosty. Um and a few other kind of snobbish looking people, and you go to grab the placard for the Grey Bard, right? And I think in doing that, it's this creepy, almost AI looking, like you sweep under the tablecloth and it almost melds and forms with you, but the people at the table see your horrific, like they see their tablecloth turn into this creature monster thing. Um, and I think not Wilfred's hat falls off again as he kind of reels back, um, and the chef woman like somehow has like a knife and she like stabs it into the table in shock. Um, and there's a bit of a kerfuffle as that all happens, and you know that you're seen and you kind of shrink back down, but you successfully make off with the placard and you switch it out for some other one. We'll say James, and James is
Mhm.
now moved to the other table with all the higher ups of this
Right.
organization, the Richie Riches. um yeah, and so you level down one through that
Ye-
over success.
I would like to find his chair
Okay.
and just fuck with it a little bit so that when he goes to sit, it's just gonna collapse underneath him.
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Good.
So I
Classic.
assume you follow Tanza Bilbadub and you fuck with the right chair. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Beautiful. So yeah, give us I think 1 success to mess with a chair.
That's a 6.
Okay, and
Nice.
you're currently level 1, so you level up.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah, you just take out just like whatever support there is on 1 to 2 things. And you can decide if he falls backwards or if he falls forwards. If it's the front 2 that you mess with, or the
Oh
back
my
2.
gosh. Falling into the table.
I want him to smack his head.
Smack his head on
Stunning.
the table.
I didn't
Yeah.
even think
Yeah,
about that
so
being an option. That's so funny.
he's going forward.
Beautiful. Okay, so yeah, and you do that. And
Oh
as
my
the
god.
bard is walking in, he is very kind of sheepish. Like people are still like giving him looks of like awe and wonder because he is, part of the grand adventuring party that brought peace and whatever. And some of these people didn't hear the stinky rumor, so that's nice. But he's
Stinky.
sheepish walking in and he sees Wilfred Pine sitting at the table, quite broody, and he notices that he's not sitting with that. And his immediate connection is, Wilfred's mad at me and he switched my place. So now I'm not with them. So I'm not even going to go over there. So he finds his seat. And I think this is when everyone's kind of settling in and settling down right before the food is served. And he pulls his chair out and he sits and it, boom, forehead square on table and just down. And he's like, again, no sound. The people around the table are like, oh shit, you good? Fucking hell. All right. And
This is now happening at the theater, right? The theater that's named in his honor.
in his honor, yeah.
Is there I'm gonna kind of wander away from the dinner a little bit, and I want to see. Presumably, I think you said there was gonna be like a reveal of like it being like named after him or something.
Yeah.
Is there like a sign somewhere? Is his name like
Yeah, let's
either
say.
painted on? Is there a sign with his name somewhere,
You
like
know
on the front
what?
of the building or like inside by the theater itself or something?
So since we've come inside, you notice that there's a stage that's set up that the crowd can look at, and you see that there is a curtain very strategically placed on the stage. And if you peek into that, you see a statue of him and a placard with his name.
Okay, lovely. Because I think it was Tanza Bilbadub that plucked out some of his hair and left like a bald spot,
It
right?
was
That was Tegan.
It was Tegan.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
because that was done, I want to mess with the placard with his name on it. I want to see if I can somehow like scratch out or fill in if it's already etched part of the. Is it the Gray Bard? Right, because it's not going to be his like
Yeah,
name
the
name, right?
gray bard, I would say.
I wanna fill in some of the R so that it looks like an L, so it's the gray bald.
I love that a lot.
Uh,
I do think so. Altering metal might be a little more challenging.
Yeah, I
Um,
can like fill in part of it with like sap or something, like just so that the curve at the top of the R doesn't look like it's there and it just looks like it says the gray bald.
Oh, I do love that. What level are you at?
4.
Okay. Yeah, you're a pretty big guy. I think this would take two successes to do, as you're kind of producing sap of a certain color and using your big
Right.
hands to kind of
Yeah.
smush it in.
Okay. 4 dice for 2 successes. A 1, a 1, a 5, and a 4.
That's
oh,
success. And
yeah,
you
it didn't
don't,
over
yeah,
succeed either. Yeah.
that is perfect. Yeah, you go in and you alter, and it's pretty big, like the plaque itself, so it'll be seen from the back of the room. And you turn it to the gray bald. I love
Then
it.
he just kind of wanders back towards the dining area where the rest of the folk are, and he's just sort of like chuckling to himself. But you see him; he comes back and he's bigger. I mean, he was 8 feet outside, and now he's 12 feet,
Oh, you're
and he
level
looks like
5,
I'm
yeah.
level 5 now, and so he's a big old honking tree with like big limbs, big branches, lots of foliage. He's got like the like burls and knots and gnarls that kind of make up like the shape of a face. It's like fully tree beard now. He looks like an old
Nice.
man
Yeah,
like tree, like big knots for like big that look like big bushy eyebrows.
I love it.
And he's just coming back and he's like
That's so
Amazing.
good.
So yeah, you guys. If anyone would like to do anything, please do. But he's just fallen. He's just whacked his head on the table. I swear to God, his nose has got to be broken by now with all the amount of face trauma this man has had.
the pratfalls.
Yeah. Um, he's looking a bit, not as perfectly in line. And the people beside him kind of help him up. They bring a new chair back for him to sit, and that is when you hear like ding ding, and the food starts to be brought out, and it's this very
Mm.
beautiful choreographed kind of movement. Um, and you see the wait staff kind of swirl around like the owner's table, and you see one kind of like depart from the owner's table a little strangely, and they kind of weave their way and they place it in front of the gray bard, and everyone, and it's all like revealed at the same time. It's all very fanciful. It's a little over the top, and everyone is just like, "Ah, it smells so lovely." They go through the first course and it's fine, and then the main course is brought out with that big flourish, and
With the food coming out,
Mhm.
I'd like to try to steal and hide all of the drinks on his table.
Oh my god, I like that a lot.
Uh,
Um, yeah, I mean, it's you just kind of picking up glasses. I think that's a pretty easy one success.
So I'm going to use my luck point to re-roll the second 6 that I got.
Okay,
If it's are
so
you
Oh no,
yeah,
trying
I take it away, right? I
Yeah,
take it
yeah,
yeah,
away.
you
you
don't
can
have to
just
re-roll
blank it.
anything, you just
Then I
yeah.
use that luck point to take away that. I get 1 success.
Excellent.
nice.
Huzzah.
All right. And your level, what level are you right now?
I'm now level 5. Those that can see him, uh, he's now massive, 12 foot tall. You can see that what looks like his tracksuit trousers are now tucked into socks, and he's got nice white sneakers on at the bottom.
Oh my
A beer
goodness.
can in one hand.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Stunning. I love it. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you take all of the liquids from the table, and the main course is placed in front, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, it smells so beautiful, so lovely." And the bard looks down and he's like, "Finally, okay, I can enjoy something about this day internally because he can't talk." And he goes to dig into it, and immediately it's the spice that hits him first. It's absolutely atrocious. And he starts to eat this, and I think he gets maybe 1 bite, 2 bites down. He's like, "Oh," eh, and he can't exclaim about the heat, and he starts looking for anything to drink or to ask someone for a drink, which he can't do. And across the room, you hear the owner's table also crying out in pain because they've got the spice and everything. You hear a very angry French lady like, "Someone has messed with my recipe," like very mad. Um,
I want to help him with the spice. I
oh,
want to kind of not to go against what Aaron just did, but to uh do something m- malicious is f- fill a cup with dishwater and present it to him so he finds a drink, but it's dishwater, dirty
it's just
dishwater.
kind of gross. Yeah.
And it's the only glass close by. So I want to leave it just out of like normal eyesight where when he's
Mhm.
looking around he will have found it and let him run to that and drink it. So
Yeah, I think that's super. Like just getting a glass from the kitchen. I'll say that's a one
uh-huh.
success.
Okay.
Nice.
Uh I'm gonna end up getting demoted again, aren't I?
I mean, what
Let's
your
see.
What
level?
level
What
are
right
you?
now?
Level 4 again.
Oh
Because I
no!
succeeded with the last one. Uh so let's see. 1, 3, 2, 2. Okay, well at least I
Oh.
didn't
A
get
failure.
over. Yeah, but
Well,
I'd rather fail than
then
get
over
demoted,
succeed.
so yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, you go to do it, but there's no active dirty dishwasher, like dishwater. Maybe it's
Yeah.
all like this woman runs a tight kitchen. It's spotless. You're like, fuck, it's nice. Okay, well,
Not worth
Um,
it.
not worth it. But yeah, they're yowling at that side. He is dying and he's all snotty and sad, and he's doing his best to not like touch his face or his groin that is being prickled constantly.
Frickin' poked.
Um
Did
and
any of the courses contain apples at all? Were apples on the menu?
maybe dessert.
Maybe dessert.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want apples to be included?
If they're not, I wanna, like I can teleport back to the other kitchen or something and like, get an apple or something, but I want
You wanted
I mean,
to.
I mentioned what my, what his slight
Yeah.
was to
Yeah.
me. I essentially wanna, like, force feed him an apple.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. So you we'll say that it's a type of like a fruit something. It's like one of those avant-garde like experimental
Deconstructed
things.
apple tart or something.
Yeah. And he gets something and it might not usually have apples, so if you'd like to add or like do anything with that, you are free to. As he just is crying a little bit after eating. He didn't eat too much
Mhm.
because of, the limiting factor of heat death. Uh, and he had to physically grab a waiter and mime water to get some. um, yeah, the dessert course starts to be rolled out.
Yeah, and if there are apples involved, great. If there are not, I wanna go, like, to the kitchen and,
We'll
like,
say you have an
make
apple.
like, plate an apple,
Yeah.
and I essentially want to compel him to eat the apple core and all.
Okay.
I want
Yeah.
him to eat the entire thing.
Let's see. Is there anything that we can like any spell that
I
does that
Uh,
mean,
kind of thing?
I have one. If you mention it to me, my level 5 ability, which I now have because I'm level 5, is Curse You. A person must repeat a specific action until a condition of your choosing is met. So if
Oh.
oh,
you would like me to try to curse him to be eating apples repeatedly until some condition is satisfied.
I I mean, yeah, I don't need him to gorge himself on apples. Like a person wouldn't normally eat the whole core and all, so like
Mm.
you could curse him to you know, bite
Until he
from this
finishes the
apple, and
apple?
the end condition is the whole thing is gone, like which is not something no one would normally do. Like
Hmm.
you know, eat from this apple until it is all gone,
Yeah.
until he has consumed it all. If you wanna
I'm,
combo wombo this with me, that'd be great.
I'm willing to give
I
it a go.
wanna I wanna
Oh, yeah.
try to add on to this if it works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so if that succeeds, then you will do your thing, yeah?
Yeah.
All
We'll
right.
see what happens.
All right.
Okay.
I need 3 successes. I've got 5 dice.
Not bad. Yeah. Zach, did you want to roll to get the apple any specific way, or are you just like, here, apple, take
I mean, I'll do yeah, sure. I mean, I'll do what you want because there likely would not be part of this course just a whole apple,
apple?
right? So
Yeah.
I'm happy to like get it and bring it and kind of plate it with his dessert in such a way that it's not like suspicious, like that it looks like it's part of the thing.
Okay, yeah. So let's do an easy success, one success from you, and then we'll get Aaron to do his curse.
Oh yikes! Okay, one success on 5 dice. If my
Whoop.
luck keeps if
Oh!
my luck keeps up, I won't over
Yeah, you'll be
succeed.
fine.
That's a lot of successes. It's four. It's 4 successes on 5 dice.
Oh,
I would
man.
say you get 4 apples.
Then I'm going to curse him to eat them
So you
all.
just eat
Oh
all the
dear
apples.
Oh
God.
god.
So yeah, you do shrink back down. We'll say
That's
maybe
fine.
the apples are from you, being like,
He just
a,
he just grows them.
yeah.
I mean, I very specifically made a point that apples are not native to the
That's
forest that
true.
I
Okay,
inhabit,
yeah.
but, magic. I could make apples. Although he threw that apple core in so that apples are now part of this fucking forest. That's the whole reason I'm
Oh,
upset.
all
Like,
right,
apples
there we
trees started
go.
growing in my
Mhm.
forest because of him. So, yeah, he,
Yeah.
like, bears down and sprouts 4 apples.
Bears down.
Amazing. So yeah, 4 apples are placed in front of him during this dessert course, and nobody else. And he like is looking around. And he's like, I mean, I know I'm special, but like, okay.
But, like, apples, really?
Apples, you couldn't do better. Hmm.
That's I got a 4, 4, and a 5. I got my 3 successes.
That'll do it.
Hey.
Okay.
I
Oh.
curse him to repeatedly eat the apples until all of them are completely gone.
I love him.
Stem, core, everything.
And
Ooh.
Perfect.
since he's cursed to do that,
Mhm.
Mathilda's gonna stand on the stage and she's gonna try to use her moth to a flame,
Ooh.
which means that while standing still, she can lure a person she can see. So he has to then engorge himself on the apples on stage.
On stage.
Amazing.
Oh.
So maybe he's got 2 apples down, and he's double fisting apples as he stands up and looks at the stage, the love of his life, the one thing he's good at, the reason he's being celebrated today, and he starts to walk towards it as still eating these apples. Do you have to roll for that? What is that just the
Yep,
free
2 and a
level 1?
6. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
nice.
yep,
Success,
1
you
success.
level up. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you grow a bit more powerful and a little larger and creepier, however you'd like, as he approaches the stage. And since breakfast or not breakfast, dessert is wrapping up, this is the time where he would be going on stage normally, but he's not doing his regular grand entrance. He's not whipping the crowd into a frenzy. He's just walking up,
Silently eating apples.
Just
munching
Shove it
as
into
he's
his gullet.
going, and he gets up there and he stands up, and he's just shoving the last of one apple core into his gullet, and I think the room just settles into quiet, and a spotlight shines down on him. No loot, shit
Can't talk.
on his
hold on.
shit on his naked slutty ankle, pins poking his crotch, no voice. The worst state for a bard to be in, and all eyes are on him. What are you guys doing?
I know what I want to do, but I want to hear what other people are going to do first. Sarah,
I'll-
you seem like you had something.
No, I want to see what else happens first.
I want to let you guys do what you're gonna do because I think all I really want to do at this point is yoink the curtain off of the statue and reveal it with its
All right.
silly little
Bald!
flesh.
I'll attempt my play. I'm level 4 still, but I want to do my level 5. It's a 3 success,
Yeah.
but I have 4 dice with my level 4.
Yeah.
So
So since it is technically the one above you, you'll need
Right.
all 4 to succeed.
right. But I want to at least give this a shot. My level
Yeah.
5 is Master of Puppets, so I can take full command over a person by speaking aloud their true name,
Oh dear.
which is why I wanted their true name earlier.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm rooting for you, Rody.
It's-
Come on.
Yeah. Is my
You
internet
got some luck.
back?
Oh
Alright.
yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it stalled for a second. All right. So I got 4 rolls, so let's see. A 3. Never mind.
You got some luck.
Do you have luck?
5.
Huh?
I don't think I have luck.
Mm.
I
'Cause
think I
you-
succeeded in my
Mm.
last one.
So how
But
many
yeah.
have you got?
So I got all of them but one. So I got a 5, a 4, a 4, and a 3.
Okay. I want to.
So
Does anyone? I know it's a special ability of Aaron's character, but would anyone like to donate some luck to see this happen?
If I had luck, I would.
You
I was
would,
gonna
that's
say I know
fair.
Aaron
I'll
doesn't
give you
have
my
any.
1 luck.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go for it.
I might waste it.
I
Eh,
don't
No,
care.
okay.
Try it. We'll see what
All
happens.
right. Here, let's try one more. It's a 5.
Yee.
She happens.
I have full control.
She
over him now.
happens. You level up,
Oh,
and
okay.
he's your puppet. Oh dear God.
Yes. So I want to possess him before. Well, no, after he finishes the apple.
That's fair.
Yeah, because I want him to complete that task for you guys. However, I do want to get permission to allow him to speak again. So
I can do that. It takes 1 success on Zip It. So yeah, I got a 4.
all right,
Nice,
So
nice.
he is now unmuted.
all right. Anybody else want to do anything now that I have control over him?
Can I? Do you want me to? Can I roll for like the
Pull it
revealing the statue with the curtain
for
thing?
sure.
Yes.
Yep, that'll be a very easy 1 success.
All right, let's see if I over succeed again. Yeah, with 3 successes and a failure.
You tear this curtain down in a very grandiose fashion, and I think I think the crowd sees it.
If they
Because
don't,
mm?
I will draw attention and point to the sign to be like, "Oh no, look at that!" and just get everyone to turn and look.
So yeah, no, people definitely do because they see what is it, 8-foot tree monster.
Yeah.
Oh
It's kind
yeah.
of like you know how like when lightning strikes and then you get the shadow of like something. I think
Uh-huh.
it's like that. Like there's a big flourish and maybe the curtain reflects some of the light and your shadow is cast up onto the theater like 30 feet tall and people are and you feel yourself shrink down as the curtain settles to the floor and it just reads the gray bald. And the bard, well, he's being controlled, but maybe like absentmindedly just touches the bald spot on the back of his neck.
No, I think I would as
You-
controlling him would turn around and like point to the bald spot and show everyone and be like, this is where it comes from, and just humiliate him as much as possible. The whole
Oh.
time having a giant grin on his face because he's gonna possess the grin
Mm.
of the character.
Ooh,
Uh,
creepy.
but yeah, and then I'm going to then ruin his reputation by explaining how uh, I I've lost all of my creativity and I've stolen it all from my assistants. I don't even know how to say
Ooh.
names properly without someone's help. and and just point at his outfit and be like, "This is how I dress myself when I don't have people to help me," and then just go around dancing like a little like the little schoolgirl skip kind of thing,
Oh
and
my
just like
god.
on the stage and just do some doodle doodle da kind of stupid stuff to make him sound like a total idiot, and then
Oh.
be like, "I got you all. You believe that I could do this," and then be like, "You're all stupid idiots," and have him run out of the building and and as soon as he gets to the cart, I'm gonna lose like let him have control again.
Oh my goodness. I
But
love that. Does anyone else as that's happening before he runs out, does anyone else want to do any kind of last things as
or
like
if you want me to unpossess him before I run him out, I'm happy to do that too.
If no, because I'm level 3 now. If I was closer to level 5, I would have an end game, but it's very final.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, because yours is eating someone.
No,
No, that
Oh
that's
was
no, that was
Tegan.
Tegan.
Tegan's.
Tegan.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. Any more treats for our
Where is he
lovely
now?
free bard?
Well, he's
We'll
right now
say
he's on the stage.
yeah, 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 yeah. And you can
Yeah.
choose like where you want to intervene, either on stage, running, or out.
I would like to mute him again once he's unpossessed,
I love
so that he can't deny everything that he's just been forced to
it.
say.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
All right.
If
Any
you
other?
want, I control him right now. I could literally just cut his tongue out.
Oh dear.
It's a little horrific.
Yeah. Some people can eat him, all right? So I'm just saying this is the lesser of two evils.
So I did over succeed at that. I got
Ah.
one extra success than I needed.
All right.
So he does get muted, but
Mhm.
people see this 12-foot tall mushroom lad become an 8-foot tall mushroom lad.
Amazing. He loses the white sneakers and socks.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Um,
Yeah.
is there a limit on how big the mushroom ring is? It says create a mushroom ring that traps anyone who steps inside. Does it have to be sized for one person or could it be bigger?
I think
Hmm.
it can be bigger. I do think it would be limited to like I'll say your height. I like
Okay.
so like if you were 12 feet, it would be a 12-foot diameter
Okay.
circle.
I then I think probably all I would do is like if anybody was like getting up from the table to like intervene at all with whatever the possessed gray bard is
Mhm.
doing, I would like make a mushroom ring around them so that they could not get up and
Yeah.
intervene in any way.
All right. So I think I'll kind of narrate and wrap up what happens as all of this is going on, because I think, well, actually, you the folk are the ones who decide when your revenge has been sated. But as he is possessed, he's prancing around, he's making these confessions, and people are like, "Oh my god!" Like, as he snapped, he smells like shit, he looks like shit. Oh my god! And that's fake. It was you hear Bruce be like, "Oh no, it was fake this whole time. I thought it was that big," and he's just heartbroken. Um, and yeah, Walter, not Walter. Hold on.
Wilfred.
Wilford.
Wilfred, thank you guys. Wilfred
Wolf.
stands up and he is pissed. Like this bard that he hired to do
Can
this
I do one
punishment.
more thing before
Yeah.
Wilfred? Okay, it's kind of a double action depending on if they both work.
Okay.
Um,
Oh.
okay, so I want to use my level 3 ability
All right.
and extinguish all traces of light from my proximity, and I'm still on the stage with him.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I need
Let's
2
roll for it.
successes. Okay, so I need to roll. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, so that's a 4 and a 1
Okay. So.
and a 5.
Ooh.
Okay. So did you use luck there, or did you have 3, or am I just? Yeah, you're
No,
level 3.
I'm level 3.
Excellent. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah. So that works.
okay.
So you like every moth wishes they could. You just take all of the light and you just kind of done.
And now, having done that, I'm gonna go back to the bottom of the stage, like literally right in front of the stage, and use my moth to a flame to lure him
Oh my god.
off the edge. So do I technically level up from succeeding
You do level up
that
from
one?
succeeding. Yeah. So you're now level
Okay.
4.
Okay.
And you try this, and it'll depend. I think for the possession and the alluring, I think it's about the same level of like control over his body. So
Yeah.
like,
I'm
uh,
fine with her
yeah, that
making him move
I was gonna
with
say, I
me
think this
as the possession.
happens.
That's
Yeah,
fine, yeah.
you feel the same
Okay.
kind of compulsion that he does, and you're like, oh, I guess we're going forward now.
Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, cool. Let's do it.
Okay.
Did
Okay.
you make him walk off the stage?
Yeah.
While she's
Like
doing
a
that,
5
if
foot
Wilford was getting up,
Yeah.
can I
Yeah.
mushroom ring
for
Wilford?
sure. Yeah, toss that in. And Aaron, you can choose when he gets that muting that you succeeded on.
I
Uh,
thoroughly failed at mushroom.
As soon as his
Oh.
confession is over.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. He's just muted back up, but he's still being controlled and walked off the stage. And I'm sorry the mushroom ring didn't work out, but give yourself some luck.
Yeah.
All right, Sarah, how
Alright.
did that go?
How many successes do I need? I'm losing track of my numbers.
This is one of your compulsion things, right?
Yeah, so I was doing lure, right? Okay, so I need 1 success. I have 4 die. I did a 6 and a 1.
So if you get one more, you over succeed.
Yeah.
But you have succeeded.
Okay.
You gotta roll all your dice.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a 6,
Yeah.
a 1, a 4,
Okay.
and a 2.
Okay, so that's 2 successes. So you do over succeed. But so what you want to happen happens, but people see you and you shrink back down to level 3. So
Okay.
I think maybe it's him that sees you as he walks towards the edge of the stage, which he can barely see. But unfortunately he knows that it's there, trapped inside of his own body and mind. And he looks over this like precipice, a little dramatic, but into like the bandstand, like what is that called? Like the
Yeah.
Yeah, the
it's
orchestra pit.
Yeah, the
yeah, the
Hmm.
orchestra pit. He's too good to have an orchestra accompany him, so it's empty right now. But what he sees as he looks down is just, I think, your teeth. And he is terrified
Ooh.
as he and then bonk once again, flat on his face.
Love it.
And I think it'll come from you folk, but I think we're about to wrap it up for tonight. Are you feeling satisfied? Is there anything else you would like to do for your? I'm seeing this as your grand finale.
Yeah.
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 I'm satisfied. I made him eat a bunch of apples, core and
Yeah.
seeds and all. plus
Yeah,
all the other humiliation and ruining of his life
I
and
made him
livelihood.
I made him bleed a lot, so
I made him bleed a lot.
I feel like if we decide to end him in the pit, I'm fine with the idea of as soon as he's about to be lured off the edge, completely remove my possession so he experiences the whole fall.
Everything. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it. So yeah, you draw out of his body. He
Yep.
gets control right to land on his face. And he again goes to cry out but can't. Um and people
Mick,
yeah,
Mickey will be satisfied after spitting on him.
amazing. You just
There we
go
go.
up. And that he
Oh,
does
man.
feel. It just lands splat.
Oh yeah.
Um, and I think, yeah, it's just a ruckus of movement and people as half of it are fans that are betrayed by him and his
Oh, yeah.
actions. The other half are like the security of the event that are coming to kind of pick him up because he's made such a horrific scene. Wilfred is just steaming, and you know his career's thoroughly fucked, as is his day. Brava, my cunning folk.
Yay!
Yeah!
Huzzah. Huzzah.
Huzzah!
I am glad we ended it the way we did because the ending that I would have tried for would have been, I think, a little bit. The tone would not have quite matched everything that we had done so far.
Yeah?
Because my level 5 is make a plant grow exponentially larger at an alarming speed. So it's going to sprout the apple seeds in his
Oh.
stomach and make an apple tree
Holy
grow out of him,
shit!
which would have been horrifying
mine,
and would have
if
definitely killed him.
Oh,
had I
Yeah.
gotten up to level 5, my level 5 is Eternal Sunshine. I can compel a person I can see to forget anything I wish. So I was gonna make him forget everything but the song.
no!
That would've been awesome.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
man.
Fucking
Yeah, there's
great
a
job, guys.
there's apparently an ancient form of Chinese torture that's a lot like what Zach was gonna do, where
Yeah.
Is there?
they would lay you or they would tie you to the ground under a bamboo like
Oh, yeah, yeah,
stalk,
yeah,
Yeah.
and it would grow
Mm,
Grows
through the
back,
person.
yeah.
It's like,
Ugh,
dang.
this would have
dang.
been much faster.
Yeah,
Well, that
yeah.
was a lot of fun.
That
Yeah,
was
Yeah,
thank
fun.
you guys
that
so
was a
much
lot
for
of fun.
playing.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Cleo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for leading it. That was good.
Hell yeah. So this has been The Cunning Folk by Emily Graymore. This is a new TTRPG. I don't know if it's actually readily available yet. The people who backed her Kickstarter will have physical copies or already do. But yeah, this is such a fun game. Like, oh my god. And the players can attest, like very low prep. Like I just made a person's day and you guys got to do all the fun part of fucking it up, but I just got to roll with it. And the
Yeah.
character
Yeah.
creation is very low
We
maintenance.
did a
Like,
lot of things.
Yeah.
Did a lot
yeah,
of things to him.
ah,
What I
yeah,
particularly like about this is it caters more to the kinds of players who prefer the role-playing aspect of D&D and various TTRPGs, because there's not many mechanics there. You can't
Mm-mm.
power game
Mhm.
these mechanics. It's one check, succeed or fail, and that's it. But it invites the role play and the interaction, which is very good.
And the
yeah,
creativity, of it
mhm,
Mhm.
all.
Yeah.
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 Like
You
the
guys did
idea
a
that
great
we're
job
just
with that.
given a random scenario or even
Mhm.
a moment, and it's like how when we landed at the hotel, I thought that was a perfect example, was like we all split. Like we weren't like even felt forced to go in a certain direction. It was like I wanted to go with the garment, you guys wanted to go to the kitchen to deal with that, and Tegan went with him to mess with him in his room. And it was just one moment allowed us to just kind of be creative the way we wanted to. And it just showed that through the whole game. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm so proud of you guys. The creativity, the chaos, the pettiness. Mwah,
The
I
pettiness
love it.
was off
Yeah,
the charts.
that was
Right?
so funny.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll add in a little. This is like the post credits scene. You see um Wilfred, and he's talking very frustratedly, very in hushed tones to someone, and he's like, "Well, damn, I thought the Great Bard was the greatest party or adventuring party. Now, why the hell is he acting all like this and making a fool out of me and himself and everything like that?" And you hear just like a voice from the other side of the line. It's a bit nondescript, um, And they basically are just like, don't worry, Wilfred. We'll pay you back for this. The adventurer's party is grand, and he does not represent us all. And then we'll do that, implying there are
Excellent.
other adventurers to fuck with.
Yeah.
Yeah. But well, thank you so much for playing. Thank you all on the stream for sticking with us. I know this went a bit long, but like I think it was pretty good. I think it was pretty
Yeah,
It
fun.
was
I
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll split this into 2 podcast episodes or 1 or you know, but
We'll see.
we shall see. But there will be more Cunning Folk. This has been our first kind of dip into it. The future events of Cunning Folk, so maybe the other adventurers, or maybe we can come back and fuck with the Grey Bard even more. Make a tree grow out of his stomach. The rest of those will be on our Patreon because we have. Do we have one of those now? We're going to have one of those
It'll be live soon
very
ish.
soon.
Because we're gonna get session 0 out, and we'll get this edited and put out, and then everything from here on will be on Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got our main punch and roll, and then we'll do a bunch of shenanigans like this on the side. And yeah, I think we'll wrap it
Thank
up for
you
tonight.
for bringing that to us and setting it up.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, Cleo.
Thank you. Thank you to Emily Graymore for making this, and you guys should go check her out on everything. And she's Emily Graymore, I believe, on most things you can find on the internet. She's a phenomenal person, phenomenal writer. She created this. Like
Yeah.
the mind of this. Don't you want to get to know that? I do. I did, and it's lovely. Yeah. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you guys for playing. You are absolutely delightful, and take care of each other. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, stream.